Test, 1, 2. Where's my...
And welcome to Jelsma Stadium as the 2020 football season is underway. As the Guthrie Blue Jays scrimmaging tonight against Lawton High School and Bishop Kelley, the Lawton freshman offense on the field taking on the Blue Jay freshman defense. And it looks like the Wolverines are getting ready to score on their opening drive here. Alongside Seth Robbins and Phil Nichols, our new broadcast team this year. Phil is back down on the sideline. Seth Robbins joined me, my classmate, good friend up here in the booth. And as we see the replay there of Lawton, it's just good to finally get some sports going on the high school level, Seth.
Absolutely, Chris. It's been, we'll just say it's been a rough 5 months probably for all the sports fans locally, statewide, and nationally. You know, we've got some NBA basketball going on right now, a little bit of professional golf, college football's up in the air, NFL's up in the air, a little bit of baseball. But it's absolutely outstanding to be back at the Rock, watching the Blue Jays, the future of the Blue Jays right here with the freshmen.
And Phil, we've been waiting for this for a long, long time. There was no, the basketball season got cut in half. The baseball season and all the spring sports were gone. And then we were, are we going to have football? Are we not going to have football? Right now we have football, and it's just, it's good to see football back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's 20 years ago. We just got done setting up down at the for the state championship basketball games at the Big House, and the guy looked at us and says, "Tear it down, boys. We're not playing."
Right.
That seems literally like a lifetime ago, but yeah, it's great to be back with high school sports, and I know the Blue Jays are excited. Got a lot of young kids. Everybody's really excited about. So should be a fun season, and we just need to take it one day at a time, right?
Absolutely. School started yesterday. Today was day number 2 of school for Guthrie Public Schools, and there's with this COVID case, guys, there's, the OSSA had their meeting last week that said we will, we're going to leave it to local control, and It's just, you know, things are going to happen. Things are going to happen. It's just how you deal with it. And, you know, we know the Guthrie program and Guthrie schools and everybody trying to do their part to minimize this pandemic.
Well, and I think, too, the thing we all got to remember, our good friend Sean Ingalls posted a Facebook post yesterday at the beginning of school and said, hey, let's just be nice. You know, everybody's doing the best they can. Tough situation for everybody. I think there's two jobs I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want to own nursing homes, and I would not want to be a superintendent of a public school right now. It's because no matter what you do, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So, you know, just be safe and be courteous and enjoy the evening.
Talking a little football here, of course, Lawton and Bishop Kelley here tonight inside Gelsma Stadium. Normally, this time of the year, we're at Langston University with Bishop Kelley and another school, usually Douglas, but Douglas is doing some other stuff with other schools. But it feels kind of, I kind of miss the scrimmage portion here inside Gelsma.
Absolutely, Chris. It's just a different atmosphere. Langston has a beautiful field.
Yeah.
Great to open their doors for us for years and years and years. But tonight, the opportunity to get to mix it up inside historic Gelsma Stadium, just second to none.
Good play there by the Blue Jay freshman squad. Number 4, we'll get another replay of it here, coming on the left edge as both ends came in and got the quarterback at the same time. Good play there, and that was the 12 offensive plays for the Lawton freshman offensive squad, and the Blue Jay defense, despite it gave the touchdown early, kind of got a little bit better after the score. And of course, things are going to happen in scrimmages. You kind of work them out.
Yeah, Chris, Lawton High coming in as a 6A2 program. It's evident from the word go. The numbers appear to be relatively equal, but as generally happens when you're going up against a school of a larger size, their physical size is much greater than our freshmen. So to only give up one score there in that evolution is pretty good.
Well, and I think, Chris, if I could, one thing I'd add, and I was talking to the head coach for Lawton before the action got started. And they actually have about 60% of their team here tonight, to Seth's point. There are also some requirements. Lawton Public Schools requiring all their coaches' staffs to wear masks. Any of the support people is being required to wear masks. So, you know, it goes back to what you said a few minutes ago. Everybody's got their own guidelines, their own rules that they're following. But about 60% of the Lawton club is here tonight.
Well, and that's just it, Phil. And I think we're going to go a lot farther if we do respect each other's different options. You know, you don't see the Guthrie coaches with masks on. You see the Lawton coaches with masks on. Yep. It's just, like they said, it's local control, each individual district. But I'm absolutely proud of our local district and how they've made a commitment to go ahead and start school with the knowledge that there will be positive tests. But we've got to persevere and try and get back to normal life within, you know, a safe parameter of how to do that. And I know that Dr. Simpson and the board has worked tirelessly all summer setting up rules and regulations so that a night like tonight could be possible.
Just kind of lay out the format here for tonight as we now see Lawton and Bishop Kelley scrimmaging each other. Guthrie freshmen are on the sideline for this one here, so we'll have 12 offensive plays here by Bishop Kelley. And then after the 12 plays here, the Guthrie offense will be back on the field. Again, this is the freshman squad, and they'll go for about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. And then after they're done, we'll move over to the junior varsity squad, and we'll do the same 12 offensive plays for Kelley, 12 for Lawton and 12 for Bishop Kelley, and then they'll go for about an hour, and then we'll switch over to the varsity as well. So the varsity expected to go off in around, I would say, 7:45, 8 o'clock tonight, maybe a little bit after as well. And we're just going to be with you the entire night and just talk football and talk life in general here as we have an injured Bishop Kelley player down. So anyway, we're, we normally, Phil, this is our first time to ever broadcast a scrimmage, and we're working out the kinks. We got some new instant replay and all that fun stuff up here, and we just want to kind of go through everything. So we're in our scrimmage form as well.
Yeah, I think it's good for us, and I agree with you, Chris. I like being at the Rock for a scrimmage. I like being at the Rock for anything, but I enjoy it here. It's been great. The partnership with Langston over the years, very generous of them. But yeah, I really do like it here. It's just, I think it gives everybody an opportunity to do it. And we don't have this opportunity when we're at Langston because it doesn't serve a purpose, right? I mean, we can't set up our field. We can't just do all the things we normally do. But I think there's, one thing I've always liked about Guthrie scrimmages is you notice we don't have We have two good football programs here. Obviously, last year, Chris, you remember the Kelley team, who ended up being a state semifinals club. But remember, they were just decimated with injuries last year. I mean, I think if they hadn't had so many people hurt, I think they probably would have been in the finals. Now, I don't think they would have beat Carl Albert, but I think, I think they probably would have made it to the finals. But they had 4 or 5 key players out most of the year. Of course, a couple of them being Division I commits that are now at the next level.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Not only key players, but like Division I talent.
Yeah.
And it was early on. In fact, we thought this time a year ago they're going to miss the scrimmage in a couple of weeks, but it ended up being the entire season for a lot of them here, as the freshman squad between Lawton and Bishop Kelley going here as well. But Seth, you know, you've seen this freshman squad through the Little League years, and Hayden Calvert, one of those names that we'll watch not only on the football side of things, but also on baseball side of things, as I think he might get some varsity action his freshman year, or have a chance anyway on the varsity squad. And it'll take a little bit of progress. It's a little bit harder. You have to be like a Kai Staley in football to go as a freshman, but good athlete.
Absolutely. One of the great joys of the last, say, decade of my life was my time period leading youth football here in Guthrie. And I was involved with Hayden from about the time he was a first grader, and scrappy kid from a long history of athletes here in Guthrie, common name here, just an all-around good athlete, good tough kid. And this whole group of freshmen right here, you know, they were never world beaters in youth growing up, but they were always in every game. They were always relatively technically sound, just always in a lot of games. You know, they don't have maybe some of the win-loss records throughout their career as, say, maybe the seventh graders we have right now, or say that class of 2019 that graduated, how they were in youth. But you know, the truth of the matter is I would much rather take a group that's late bloomers than the opposite.
There's no doubt about that. And you know, speaking of the junior high, they got on the field for the first time last night against another opponent in Mount St. Mary's. And you know, you talk about that 7th grade team that I don't know what their record was, 1,000,000.
Right. I don't know that they've ever really. They've been in a few close ball games in their life, but not very many. Very, very, very talented squad. But again, as we said, a lot can happen between 7th grade and 10th grade, as we've seen in several other classes prior.
Because they got to continue to grow, right? I mean, that's, you know, we've had, like you said, Seth, there's been some great young kids come up that just beat the brakes off everybody. And unfortunately, if Mother Nature doesn't agree with them, they don't keep putting on pounds and getting bigger.
Well,
it's hard, you know.
It can be an issue of, you know, kids that develop very early, that are physically dominant at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. Right. Or you can have kids that move away. Right. Like that class of 2019 that graduated a couple of years ago. They had 2 or 3 key just superstars move away throughout the course of their career. So things didn't quite work out for them like a lot of us thought they would. But this freshman bunch right here, I promise you, they play hard. Like I said, I watched them from the time they were in 2nd grade. And they always played hard, and they were always in every ball game, never really got blown out, never really blew anybody out, but they were just very, very, very scrappy. And I think that we saw that on that first evolution with them on defense.
You call that, I think that's just good Guthrie football, right? I think the foundation of Guthrie football is built around those kind of kids, you know, just hard-working program kids that just grind, and they spend the time in the weight room, and they do all the things asked of them. And
just kids that buy in.
Yeah, you buy into the program, and it's neat to see those kids, because when these kids are junior and seniors, that's when we really get to see all that pay off, right?
Absolutely.
You know, and it's fun.
Absolutely.
Bishop Kelley, freshman offense with the incomplete pass there, going against a Lawton freshman defense here. And again, Phil Nichols down on the sideline, Seth Robbins to my right, Chris Evans with you, and we got everyone working here today on the scrimmage. Got Braden Russell and Kel Evans working the cameras today, and hopefully next week we'll add a on-field camera as well. So hopefully we'll have 3 cameras. And I haven't told Phil this yet. Of course, Phil's been up here. Yeah, Phil's been up in the booth for about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, just so you know, as I'm walking down, one of our good friends sees me and he goes, "What happened? Get fired?" And I go, "How did you hear?" I said Evans made all of us try out like he does every year. Robbins took my spot to the right seat, and I'm back down here in the climate.
Well, I just don't have I don't have the I don't have the face to be in front of the camera, Phil, like you. I got to be behind the camera.
That doesn't say much, brother.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I do have the option of adding another camera right behind Seth and I, so we can have the booth camera and then send it down to the field. Of course, our on-field camera hopefully will be able to not only give you great views down on the field, but also when Coach Beebe or Phil talks on the field, at times we'll be able to go right down to them as well. So we'll work on that hopefully next week. But we've got new computers, as many of you might have already seen the replay system here. So we're working out over our kinks here. I got to ask real quick, of course, we're streaming this live, and then beginning next week, we'll also be on Hot 93.7 FM KSBI as Shawnee comes to town, so we'll have the live stream and the radio as we have in years past. You hear do you guys hear the replay ding every now and then? You guys hearing that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can mute that. What do you think? Have that sound in there for our streaming audience, but for our radio audience, they'll hear that and like, what in the world is that? So do we take the ching off?
I haven't heard it yet.
Oh, I've heard it.
I'm of an advanced age, though. So
I'm going to vote to take the ching off.
Okay, that's 2 votes. Craig Fleck with the vote. Seth Robbins with the vote.
Wait a second. What did Flecky vote?
So 2-1. Phil votes for to keep it on. Okay.
Well, I mean, I vote the opposite way with Fleck on everything else.
Right,
it might as well be right.
Okay, so I'm gonna take it off. So this is why we're.
Wait. 3-1, just like that? You didn't put up a fight.
2-1.
Oh, I thought you said you're going to take it off 3-1.
Okay, the ching is off. The chime is off.
Phil loses again. First his job, now he loses the bird. That's great. That's great.
Nobody cried too hard for Phil. He's been wanting to get back on the sideline for however long he hasn't been down there.
I felt like I've been in prison up there.
Phil likes to at least have the option of getting flagged. So I mean, we don't say he wants to get flagged, but he likes to at least be near the action. And so he's
good.
back in his natural habitat.
I do love this. And all joking aside, though, Chris and I have been talking about you joining us for years, and we're glad you're here because it's just fun. It's a good time.
It was finally the right time for me to do it.
Yep.
You know, I've just got one kid.
Lord, because that kid can spin it, man. Calvert kid throws it better than the Chelf kid does.
You know, I don't have the benefit of having seen Jalen throw it really for a long time.
He throws a nice ball, but he just doesn't have the strength to hit all the routes and just to do it. He just doesn't have the strength. So that's the only thing that's negative. This is why we all do a scrimmage, do a run-through right here.
About to be hot, Phil.
Been that way 54 years.
Yes.
Yeah, he's applying for unemployment right now.
Yes, he is.
Well, this is why you scrimmage, right?
That's right. Well, while you were away, the Blue Jay freshman offense went up and down the field twice on Bishop Kelley. 2 quick touchdown strikes by Hayden Calvert, one to Nico Pena, and one to one of the Watson twins.
One of the bookends, yeah.
the freshman offense looked absolutely crisp.
Tell you what, we were talking, Chris, the Calvert kid, he's coming into himself physically. He's always been a good athlete, like you were talking earlier, Seth, but he just, I grabbed one of the freshman coaches and said, man, Calvert looks good. And he goes, yeah, he said it's all coming together up top too, meaning he's really grasping the offense, really picking things up. It's a bright kid, obviously, so that really isn't a surprise, but man, he looked outstanding on those first 2 drives.
Now I got to bring it up as Calvert keeps it here, and nice vision, cuts the corner, a little speed here, gets a good block downfield and into Lawton's territory. Nice run there. So I'm starting to see what you guys saw moments ago. But don't forget, maybe a little bit nucleus of this is offensive coordinator Terry Bennett Jr., who was calling all the plays in the junior high, now up to the high school level, and it's fun to watch Terry Bennett offense.
Well, nobody works harder than Terry Bennett. I'm telling you right now, we've all seen it. Of course, you guys have had the pleasure of being friends with Terry your entire life. I've only had the pleasure of being his friend for 20 years, but he works at it. I mean, he's a student of it. He works at it. He really relates to these kids at just an elite level. So it's cool. It's no surprise, like you said, Chris, but it sure is fun to watch.
Well, Terry, the great thing about Terry is he's always going to figure out a way to beat you. And this is a hallmark of a Terry Bennett offense right there, as Nico Pena takes one deep into Lawton territory. Terry likes to run a lot of misdirection. He likes to bring a man in motion across the formation, kind of draw the eyes of the linebacker, free up a tight end, as we've seen twice now. I know Terry loves to hit the tight end off play action.
I just noticed Nico got a little nasty in him too.
Yeah, he does. Phil, I tell you, the thing that's crazy about Nico is that I think that he is just barely. He's a freshman. I think he may have just turned 14.
Well, he got a little nasty in him. When he had caught that ball and picking up extra yards, there was 2 defenders there, and he just lowered his head and went right into both of them. He got a little dog in him. That's good to see.
Well, he spends a lot of time outside the football season. I know his parents have him at camps all over this region of the United States, working him over, and it's really showing. He's got great hands.
Really does.
Calvert slings it out. Nice open field tackle. Not much there. That might set something up down a little bit later on down the season, because there's a couple of those DBs that bit pretty quick that left a couple of Blue Jay receivers downfield open. But I know Coach Bennett will see that and look to use that later on in the season.
Yeah, Chris, Terry, just like Phil had said earlier, he's an absolute student of offense. I remember he used to help us with youth football, and he would call me at 10:30 at night or 11 o'clock at night watching a West Coast game between, say, Fresno State and San Jose State. And he's like, man, you've got to see this play. You've got to see this motion. You've got to see how they're blocking this. The dude's just ate up with offense.
Yeah, he really is.
Phil, Chris is on another technical hiatus right now, so we're flying solo.
Okay. Well, you talk about the Pena kid, and he's one of a few out there you see. Of course, you got big number 70 out there. And I apologize if folks are listening, but these practice jerseys, we don't have the benefit of a roster or just what are the regular numbers, so it's tough for us to pick up who these individuals are, and the line's really tough. But there's just a few kids in this group that got some dog in them. You
Absolutely,
could tell.
Absolutely.
Nice little run.
Yeah, everything that Coach Bennett's going to do is quick hitting. It doesn't take a long time to develop. Ball's out of the quarterback's hands quick.
Well, and I know for guys like us, it's good for us to see Terry be able to coach at the high school level. I mean, he's the guy that was an outstanding athlete himself here for the Jays. Your classmate, point guard on the basketball team. Great baseball player. I asked John Chappell once if he had to win one baseball game, who would you put on the bump? And he didn't hesitate. He said Terry Bennett Jr. So, and we've had some good pitchers here over the years, so pretty big compliment.
I have only probably caught 10,000 pitches from Terry Bennett in my life.
Yeah, you received for him since you were a little boy.
Yeah, he approached pitching the same way he approaches calling offense, Phil, and that is He studied. Never was the most physically gifted guy on the bump. Didn't throw 90 miles an hour. Didn't have 5 pitches. But Terry studied his opponent. He figured out what they could hit, what they couldn't hit, and he took what he did well and became a master at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Chap used the comparison of I just went blank. Greg Maddox, just a guy that could place the ball wherever he wanted to. Nice little move. Oh, good defensive play there.
Yeah, absolutely. This
good play, number 80, I believe, is his number. For
this freshman Lawton front looks like a 3A varsity front.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of big old boys. 80's got to be, gosh, he's got to be 6'3".
Well, and 68 on the
he's all there
on the east side. He's probably pushing 3 bills.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
And so kudos to these freshman linemen for standing up to it.
Yeah. Yeah, because if we're scoring right now, they're winning.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. The Blue Jays are looking really good tonight.
Knocking on the door. Bennett's got him here in the red zone.
Now, you're familiar with the Watson twins, right?
You know, Phil, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I don't. It's been a while since I've had any kind of connection to this group.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't watch a lot of them in freshman or junior high ball.
Right.
But so 2 and 3 are twins. You'll have to give us an update on if they're identical twins or not. 7's Calvert, 4 is Glover.
Yeah. 29 was
Xavier Williams.
Yes, Xavier Williams. Of course, 25 Pena, Nico. Try to get some of the numbers on some of the big uglies up front.
Absolutely. We don't want to leave them out tonight.
Figure out who they are.
Well, I think the freshman Jays are getting right down to the end of this 12-play evolution. Let's see if they can punch one in.
Yeah. That's a well drawn up play, just missed on the execution. And scrimmages, you'll see that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why you have them. That's why you have them.
I think our O-line's getting a little gassed here.
A little tired
on this long drive, and those big boys from Lawton are starting to penetrate the backfield, getting kind of muddy Calvert's waters a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he had somebody right up in his grill on that. And let's try to set up a little backside screen over there.
Yeah, I think Lawton High's figured out that 25 is going to be the primary receiver most times.
Yeah, I think so.
They've started to kind of spy him just a little bit on these last handful of plays.
Hey guys, are the twins, are they identical twins? They are. Seth, the twins are identical twins. I just asked one of their teammates, and they very quickly said, "Oh yeah." So that's that'll be fun to watch next 4 years.
Well, that brings up some interesting options.
Yeah, no doubt.
What was the year where Carl Albert changed David Oku out of his jersey?
Shirtgate?
Yeah, Shirtgate.
Yeah, Jerseygate. Yeah.
Well, how easy would that be with a couple of identical twins? Of course, if they have identical skill sets, and you're not gaining an advantage.
Yeah, that was football season 07.
Yes.
07.
As I remember a spirited debate on the Sports Animal the next morning of whether that was really legal, ethical, kosher, whatever word you want to use. But
I think it's all the above. I mean, you got to still line up and defend them, and we didn't. So it's. But I'm a big fan of Gary Rose. I get teased quite a bit by folks that ask me if I'm still dating Rose on the side, stuff like that. So. But I think he's one of the finest high school coaches, obviously, we've ever had in the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah, kind of hard to argue with their success, and it looks like they're loaded up again for another run this year.
Yeah.
How long has that quarterback been there, Phil?
17 years. He's 37 years old.
Right.
Yeah, the Harris kid, Ben Harris, is, of course, 4-year starter. This will be his 4th year starting. And he's literally lost one varsity football game, and that was a fluke last year against Piedmont. But he's lost one game in his entire high school career. Well,
I remember when he was going to start as a freshman, and you think about, it's relatively rare in today's times for a freshman to come out in the larger classes and play, let alone, get behind center. And I'll never forget watching him going this way, going to the north here, and spinning it like he did at 14, 15 years old.
Yeah,
It was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it really was impressive. I just laid eyes on the twins, and to say they're identical would be a grand understatement. They're all down here with their helmets off. It's uncanny. It's almost like they're twins.
Hey guys, let's go ahead and take a little break. We got I think we do a little rebooting here a little bit, and while we just want to make sure we get everything ready for the JV and especially for the varsity. So we're going to do a quick reboot and see if things can get worked out.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll be back. Stay with the same stream. The stream will not change. Just stay with the same stream. If it freezes for a second, we will be back as soon as we can. Welcome back. Gels in the stadium. Scrimmage for the technical crew here today as we join the junior varsity clubs here as Lawton offense taking on the Guthrie junior varsity. And Seth, your overall thoughts on the freshman scrimmage for the technical crew here today as we join the junior varsity clubs here as Lawton offense taking on the Guthrie.
I think he completed 3 balls, a couple TDs, one to Nico Pena, one to the Watson twins. Nico Pena is certainly a weapon at tight end. Looked really good. Good, big, physical kid. Got a little nasty in him, as Phil said. Football looks like it just disappears into his hands. So they did well. I think they gave up 1 score in their multiple defensive evolutions. I just don't know how you could be anything but happy with the performance of the freshman Jays tonight into his hands. The JV's gotten gashed. They did well. I think they gave up 1 score in their multiple.
Yeah, and you talk about that young freshman club. I know Coach Beebe's really excited about that sophomore class. You probably wish there was a little bit more experience in juniors and the seniors, but there's an experience and there's some leadership in that junior-senior class. But there's going to be a lot of sophomores once we get to the varsity stuff. Varsity side's going to play a lot, and then you mix in this freshman group and a couple of junior high classes. You kind of start seeing a pattern.
Yeah, you could definitely see Guthrie kind of making a return to prominence in 5A. Obviously, Carl Albert's the class of the bunch, but just based on what I've seen so far in practices and what I've seen tonight, I think Guthrie's going to be going to make it interesting.
In a pattern.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, of course, Guthrie was in that class for a while, but 5A District 2 was so tough. Especially you look at Carl Albert and McGinnis, who have been in the state championship games against each other a few times in the last several years. Of course, Carl Albert has won 4 in a row.
Right.
Hands-on favorites to win their 5th in a row. They got a couple stud running backs. Ben Harris has lost one or two games his entire varsity career, so they're going to be a favorite again. And then you got Lawton's returning a lot of people, and Woodward coming off the. There's a wide open Lawton guy, busted coverage there.
Bust in the back end for the Jays.
Yeah, that's going to be a touchdown for Lawton. That's their 2nd touchdown here in just a few. Rather moments as we get another replay view here. 1 or 2 games as the quarterback of the junior, so they're going to be a favorite again
with the strong arm there,
and that's returning a lot of people. When you get into 6A2, you're starting to get a little bit, wide open Lawton guy, busted coverage there, playing 6A2 on JV would be a touchdown for Lawton. That's our 2nd touchdown.
3A. Absolutely. He probably starts for 75% of the teams in the state beneath the class of 6A for sure.
I think one thing too that's interesting is and of course I was a critic of when they separated, but I became a big fan of the 2 divisions in the largest class, 6A ball. It's just fun because these kids are out here feeling like they've got something to work for, that they can go compete for a state championship. And for the longest time, if your name wasn't Union or Jenks, that just wasn't the case. And last year, Chris, we called the state championship games. That 6A D2 game was as good of a ball game as we saw all week. I mean, it was a great ball game. Yeah,
Bixby Stillwater last couple of years. A good shot there. Coach Eric Woodard talking to his junior varsity squad, his defensive squad. He's getting after him pretty heavy there, Seth, and he can do it. He's a good D-line coach. He's been doing it for decades.
Oh, Chris, absolutely. A lot of these kids, especially this JV bunch, a lot of nerves. First night in the Rock in a long time under the lights. It came out of quick. And the challenge is you got to stay on the field for 12, 14, 15 plays. I'm not exactly sure what the format is. But, you get a little deer in the headlight look, and next thing you know, they've hung 2 or 3 scores on you pretty quick. But Coach Woodard will get him coached up, and we'll see him again here in a minute.
Now we see the Bishop Kelley offense going up against the Lawton defense here on the junior varsity level. Again, the high school will start about 8 o'clock, maybe a little after, somewhere in that area. They have yet to start warming up in the end zone area, but the varsities will be after that. And, of course, we'll have it right here as we, again, work on our new equipment here. We apologize. We've been kind of in and out with video, in and out with audio, but working through the Kingstone next week, we got everything figured out when Shawnee comes to town. A nice little pass here, nice open field tackle. And, when you take a look at 5A football, Carl Albert, it's amazing how they just reload every single year. Thing figured out. When Shawnee comes to town, and the head coach had nice open field tackle.
One game.
And, when you take a look at 5A football,
lost one game in their Yeah, it was first year for Coach Corley. It was Ben Harris's freshman year, and they've won 3 state championships and have lost 1 game. Not too bad.
28, 38, 42, so 41-1.
41-1, and Parker Burnett still owes his hat. He still hasn't delivered.
Piedmont with that one win.
Where were we that night, Chris?
I can't remember.
You can't remember where we were the night? Remember?
Woodward?
No, worse.
Guyman.
Guyman.
That's right.
Well, Chris, it's interesting. You know, I think Bishop Kelley's been coming to this scrimmage. I mean, you're going to know better than I have, but they've been coming to scrimmage the Blue Jays for what now, 8, 10 years?
Yeah.
It just never ceases to amaze me. You know, they never seem to have, you know, I think last year being a little bit different with all those D1 kids, but they're always so crisp, so disciplined. You know, they're right there, and you could say that about their school across all sports. Of course, I got a front row seat for golf,
right?
That being my wheelhouse the last 4 or 5 years, and they're just always competitive in everything they do. They're right there, and you can say that about their school across all sports. Of course, I got a typically right there front row seat for golf, right? That being football, my wheelhouse. They're going to give you a game no matter what you play them in.
You talk about discipline among the other adjectives for Bishop Kelley, much like Bishop McGinnis. They're also a very intelligent football team. When it comes to different schemes, they really do those really well. I know Coach Beebe and Coach Watkins in the past have always talked about how disciplined and how their schemes are so well, just because they're so intelligent year in and year out that they can put in multiple formations and execute those as well, and that's a huge thing for them as well.
Well, I think when you talk about Bishop Kelley, a McGinnis, a Heritage Hall, whoever, I mean, we won't just get off in the weeds, the private school weeds. I know that we like to poke fun about it, but it's the, you know, you got kids coming to a private school. They're going to be at practice. A lot of times maybe they don't have the same challenges that kids from a public school would have, as far as numbers or eligibility or what have you.
Right.
And so I know that probably, I'm not taking anything away from them, but it's probably a little bit easier job coaching the kids at the private school level than it's the public school level, because again, it's just two totally different. It's just two totally different animals. You know, you a lot of times in the private schools you have legacies. You have little brother after little brother after little brother that comes through.
Right.
You know, they don't have a lot of move-ins and move-outs. Now they can get a move-in. But
you call that recruiting.
Well, I wasn't going to go there, Phil, but if you want to, you can. You know, they have access to the kids year-round probably, as opposed to the public schools. So
Advantages,
yeah, they're just advantages.
You guys are so nice.
And to be honest, there's some advantages in Middale School District. There's advantages in Edmond School District. And,
right.
But, you know, once you know, if you're in junior high, once you go to a school, you have to stay with that school, but you do have that option of where you want to start with. That's a face mask.
Bad face mask.
And there are no officials. There are officials here.
We got 108 officials over there, not one yellow flag.
Well, they don't get paid for JV. They get paid for the varsity. So
union job. Got it.
They will make the officials will be here for the varsity game. They're across the way stretching and talking.
Chris, help me out here. You know, I obviously did not do my homework this week, but what kind of team did Lawton High have last year in 6A2?
Well, you know,
as far as record.
Yeah, I would have to look up the exact record, but man, they, you know, year in and year out, for the longest time, Phil, they always could get to the championship or to the semi. Yeah. They just couldn't get over that hump of winning state championships, and they were a perennial house for, of course, growing up in the 80s and 90s. They were year in and year out when they were by themselves. Of course, now there's 3 schools, but Lawton just couldn't get over that hump, and now they've come winning state championships, and they were strong as they have been in years past. That's a compliment to those programs in the 80s and 90s. They were year in, year out when they were by themselves.
Somebody could Google this, but I believe they won 4 games last year. 3 or 4 for some reason. I could be wrong about that, but I think they had a pretty down year for them last year.
Definitely for them.
Yeah, no doubt. And they're you know, they got, you know, that freshman number 32, of course. We didn't get to see a lot, but I mean, he really, boy, that kid throws a nice ball. It's a long, but boy, tight, nice looking ball. But the number 32 for Lawton is a freshman. He said he just turned 14, and he's a freshman. He's a big kid and could really go get it earlier tonight. So they've got some athletic kids coming up.
Oh, absolutely. On the hoof, they look far and away better than the other two teams here tonight.
Yeah.
Just big kids, big athletic-looking, strong kids across the board. Pretty well doing a number on Kelley here. I think if we had live officials, we've had a couple of PIs and a pretty bad face mask. You know, but as far as what a nice play right there by 18, shedding the block, getting off 89 and coming up and making a play.
Plays like that get you playing time on Friday nights.
But as far as that was outstanding. And that's what I'm talking about. You know, what a nice play right there by 18, shedding the block, getting off 89 and coming up and making a play. You really just can't coach a play like that.
And the kid that just made play number 18. Of course, we don't have rosters for all these kids, so we apologize, but just checked in. The kid that checked in for number 28 is even bigger than that kid playing defensive back. So.
And that's the advantages that those 6A schools, and usually, Phil, as we talk year in and out, the main difference in 6A2, 6A1 compared to the other schools, as a nice little gypsy move there, come to the near sideline before being wrapped up, is the offensive and defensive lines.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, we've had this debate over the years, Chris, you know, when we've had some great 5A teams here in Guthrie.
And usually, Phil, as we talk year in and out,
how would they stack
the main
up
difference in 6A2, 6A1 compared to the other schools,
the same thing. Skill position-wise, we've had some teams that were as good as anybody that's ever played.
Is the offensive and defensive lines.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we big boys. We've had this debate over the years. That's where you get into the third, fourth quarter. They would definitely start separating themselves when you got to that point. But it is all about the numbers and just how many they can rotate in and out.
That's what I was going to say. The depth is what's difficult. I remember, you know, 10, 11, 12 back in there when we were, you know, and even here to recently when we would have those annual games with Enid and Ponca. And even in the years where we beat them, it was always striking. You know, they might have 80, 85 kids over there.
Right.
And so that's always different. So now we got the Blue Jay O on the field. I think we have Jalen Shelf QB in.
Taking on the Bishop Kelley defense. That indeed Jalen. He'll keep it, cut it up. Makes a guy miss, gets a block downfield. And another block downfield. Midfield into Comet territory. Can he outrun three defenders? Going through the edge. And how about that debut for Jalen Shelf, the sophomore?
All righty then.
Yeah, nothing like taking one to the house in your first high school action.
I got to tell you, and we haven't seen the Shelf kid throw the ball yet.
Keep it, cut it up.
Seth, we were talking about this during the freshman game. You know,
another block downfield, midfield into Comet territory. Can he outrun three defenders? Going through the edge, and how about that debut for Jalen Shelf, the sophomore?
If Jalen would, he could take up a little bit. Nothing like taking one to the house first. We would have a QB on our hands, would we not, Phil?
Well, Jerron was all man. There was no doubt about it.
I'll never forget watching Jerron Pryor one day, and you guys are better at what season it was and what game it was. Chris is an encyclopedia.
2015.
But he stripped the quarterback, and he picked the ball up off the ground with one hand and never touched it with his other hand. And it was interesting. And we got Isaiah Hammonds.
Isaiah, anything you can do, I can do better. And Isaiah will sprint into the end zone, 2 plays, 80 yards, and there is a flag thrown.
Oh, now they have a flag. Of course. Now we got
Phil, you wanted the officials out here, and here they are.
You know what? It's about selective integrity, Chris.
Remember what I said a little bit ago about private and never touched it with his other hand. And it was interesting. And we got Isaiah Hammonds.
Maybe the official anything you can do, I can do better. It up, or maybe it was against Bishop
will
sprint into the end zone.
Against Kelley. So
80 yards, and there is a number 30 right there on your screen.
Now they have a flag.
80-yard run. Jalen Shelf with an 80-yard run. 2 plays.
Chris, that just gives you a glimpse into the future of this program. You have 2 sophomores right there on consecutive plays go cross-country on a quality opponent.
Also gives you a glimpse to how much how practice is going to go for these Kelley kids. They keep giving those up next week.
Well, it's a tale of both sides of the ball. Our defense got gashed for 2 quick ones, and now we've gashed them for 2 quick ones.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, whose turn is it this time? Jalen Shelf back in the gun. 3 receiver set. Rolling. Throws it for the first time. Connects. Nice, sheds a tackle. And it's going to be about a 12, 13-yard play
Phil,
there.
Can you find out who number 2 is for us?
Yes.
Catch the replay here, Seth, and Jalen rolling out on the run. Throws it for the first time. Wide open, good route. Absolutely. Sheds a tackle.
He also had Willie Klein at
about
20.
a 12, 13-yard play there.
Can you find out who number 2 is for us?
Oh, I'm sorry. DeAndre Jones is number 2, guys.
Okay.
It would be first down and 10 if they were keeping that. It's a matter of plays. It's not down in distance here tonight with scrimmages. Nice hard run for 3 or 4 yards, and Guthrie coaches applaud that effort there. It'll bring up second down for the junior varsity Blue Jay offense. 2 touchdowns for the Jays. In this sequence, the varsity squad starting to warm up in the end zone. Bishop Kelley starting to gather. They'll be hitting the field here in about 30, 40 minutes.
Chris, I think we will see some of these skill kids play both in the JV here and in the varsity. Yeah. Shelf and Hammonds, I think for sure. Not sure if they'll be in the same spots, but I know that they're expected to contribute mightily this year.
Chris, 14, just so we can take notes, is Humphrey. And number 45 is a young man by the name of Shaputa.
There you go. And Jalen breaks another tackle. And, you know, Jalen not big. He's just a sophomore. He'll get bigger and bigger, and hopefully he gets as big as his brother. That's good news if you're Blue Jay fans. But able to break a tackle, not easy just the arm tackling.
No, they had a little problem on the mesh point there, but he kept his head about him, didn't put the ball on the turf, and got positive yards. Can't ask for anything else than that.
Chris, did Seth just make reference to the mesh point?
I did make reference to the mesh point. I'll answer that one for Chris.
Mac Brown and...
This is why I got fired, right? Stuff like this, mesh points.
I know like 3 phrases, Phil. I used one of them, okay?
Easy, it's a long season. Michelle back in there, 2 receivers to that far side. He'll go with a little lead play up the middle.
Oh.
And, boy, he made the cut and slipped on the turf. And if he doesn't slip, he's got a minimum of 5-10 yards.
The old turf monster got him. Chris, I really like 20, Willie Clymer. Another kid that's just a good all-around, good, tough Guthrie kid.
Mm-hmm.
Good baseball player. Picked up football. You know, he's been around the program for a long time, but as he's kind of grown into his body, I've heard great things out of the coaching staff for him as somebody that's going to give him some quality snaps at that slot receiver position.
Yeah, Willie Clymer there in the near slot. He would, you know, if there was baseball season this past spring, as
we're going to see him in action right here.
Call his number right there, makes a move, switches hands, and gets into Kelley territory. He'll have the first down. We'll call that that is probably about the 40-yard line. I would guess. The G will be painted later this week, but here's another good look at Willie's baseball season this past spring.
We're going to see him in action right here.
Call his number right there, makes a move, switches hands, and gets into Kelley territory. He'll have the first
quick,
down.
Guys. I mean,
We'll call that is probably about
laterally
the 40.
as well as he does straight ahead as far as speed and quickness. I mean, just a really, really quick young man. You know, he's grown a little bit. I mean, I know he's not the size of some of these kids, but for Will, I mean, he's put on some weight and got a little bigger.
Yeah, and now he's on the far in the slot on the top of your screen there. But if there was a baseball season last spring, I think Willie would have got a lot of varsity playing time in the outfield as a starter. As Jalen with another tough run for him. Yeah, you know, he's been on the varsity squad and a 7-yard pickup and. He'll be. I think he'll be in that. If there was a baseball season last spring, I think Willie would have got a lot of varsity playing time in the outfield as a starter. As Jalen with another tough run for him.
Yeah, I to watch for 3 years, and I know, as you alluded to, Chris, being a potential varsity starter in the outfield, he's got good hands, and he's shown that so far. Another good grab by Willie Clymer right there.
The one thing that is noticeable is, and I'm not being critical of Jalen, but he seems to get rid of the ball a lot quicker, and a lot of times you'll see that with a young man that maybe he's a little more comfortable running the ball.
Well, and that could be too. That could be game plan, Phil. They may be giving him 1 read, 2 reads, and that's it tonight.
God dang, I got corrected on the air. Chris, did you see that?
No, I went to go talk to the film crew real quick.
You would have liked it. You would have liked it. Damn, Seth.
Shelf looks to throw and
got rid of it a little quick there,
yes,
Phil.
He did.
Phil, to your point. They definitely had a hot read there.
You would have liked it. You would have liked it. This is going to be a fun year.
Shelf looks to throw, and
got rid of it real quick there, Phil, to your point.
Tough, showing the replay of the incomplete pass.
We're going to do a little schooling on that when we bust out the replay, Chris.
Guys, I think overall you've got to be pleased if you're the Guthrie coaching staff right there with that offensive evolution. A couple of long touchdown runs, a couple of nice balls thrown by Shelf, a couple nice grabs by Willie Clymer. I think you'd call that a win, call that a success.
No doubt.
Well, and then, Isaiah touched it one time for 80 yards. I don't think they went back to him again. It's like, you know what, that play works. Let's move on. Let's work on something else.
No, guys, I think you're going to see a lot of Isaiah Hammonds this year. I think
see a lot of him on Friday nights.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of him on Friday nights, and I think we're going to see a lot of Shelf. May not see him under center.
I bet on the defensive side, I bet we see him a lot at corner.
But I bet we're going to see him.
I mean, athletic kids, you got to get your athletic kids out there, right? I mean, so I'd be surprised if we don't see him later tonight on the defensive side of the ball for the Jays.
Phil, if somebody comes by you, would you find out who number 9 is there for our JV?
I believe not. Yes, I will, but I think I'm of an advanced age, so my recall is not quite what it used to be, but I think I know who number 9 is.
Looks like the Guthrie offense will stay on the field here. Now go against the Lawton defense. So we'll see against them. Maybe I think it's fair to say Lawton's probably a little bit of a more bigger physical team. So probably more of a challenge here.
Absolutely. This will be interesting to see. 68, 63. I don't know how much between the tackles we're going to be doing running it right there.
Well, between those two, there's about 627 pounds in the middle. Cole Whitfield is number 9.
I should have known.
I just couldn't bring it up.
Yeah, and Cole will be playing some defense on the varsity as well. Get some action here. Another Blue Jay baseball player as well. Here goes Hammonds on the near side. Has a nice downfield block. Finally tackled from behind. Isaiah Hammonds with another nice run, and is that Willie Clymer with another block downfield? Check it out here on the replay. Another Blue Jay baseball player as well. Here goes Hammonds on the near side, has a nice downfield block. Finally tackled from behind. Isaiah Hammonds with another nice run,
and skinny lineman, as he calls him, and Willie did a good job holding his block right there, get us an extra 5 to 7 yards on that play.
First down and 10 for the Blue Jays. 3 receiver set, 2 to the far side. Hammonds on the left side of the quarterback. Jalen just takes a knee, and no need to pursue any further in the scrimmage.
No need to be a hero in a scrimmage, Chris. I'll tell you what, between DeAndre, Whitfield, and Willie, that's pretty formidable JV receiver set.
Yeah.
I don't know how much those guys will see action in varsity, but that's a pretty stout threesome to put out there in JV ball.
I'll tell you, Willie's athletic enough. I mean, I think you could see him playing on some Friday nights. I don't know
in spots.
Right, right. But I think we'll see him on Friday nights out there, no doubt. I guarantee you we're going to see 30 on Friday nights.
Jalen runs that one, not much there on this time. But Phil, we'll see, we'll have a better idea when the varsity goes up a little bit. But boy, just looking at the JV, just seems a step up athletic-wise.
Yes, yeah, I'd say this is the most athletic young group of players we've seen in 6, 7, 8 years. I mean, it's been a while.
Coach Beebe has been talking about this sophomore class. He wishes there wasn't as many sophomores that will have to play this year, but that's a good thing to have because those juniors and seniors have a lot of experience as well. So mix them all together. Hopefully things turn around in 2020.
Yeah.
Well, the last couple of years, there's been so many 3-year starters.
Yep.
And in the class of 19 and the class of 20, ball on the turf there. In the class of 19 and 20, there was a lot of 3-year starters, which kept a lot of people on the bench.
Yeah.
I think to I think to our point, though, you just saw 10, 30,
years.
20.
Been so many 3-year starters.
The kids, there's been a lot of changes in the backfield. I think
19
and that probably speaks to the fact that those kids are going to be doing some scrimmaging with the varsity.
Class of 19 and 20, there was a lot of 3-year starters.
Here comes Willie doing the same thing. So, getting all the kids in, getting them some touches, opportunity to be out on the field. But this is a good group of young players. So the future looks bright.
Phil, is that Joe Matthews snapping?
It is. It is.
New quarterback, this second and third snap here as Jalen moves off to the side for now, and we'll see what. Be interested to see how Coach Beebe will use Jalen on the varsity side of things. I think it might be defense at a cornerback spot.
Right.
I think that's how he gets introduced to varsity football, get comfortable, see the speed of the game, and then who knows what happens after that.
Kind of the Kai Callen's plan.
Yeah, exactly. That turned out pretty good.
Yes, it turned out very good. Very good. I remember him playing DB as a freshman.
Mm-hmm.
Looked about like Jalen Shell.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Jays.
Okay, real quick, Chris. The quarterback now in for the JV is Hayden Calvert.
There he
Our
goes.
freshman QB.
Calvert trying to outrun the Wolverines, and he will for the third junior varsity touchdown.
Oh, that's a twist to bring in the freshman QB.
We got our version of Jersey Gate over here.
Yeah. Well, Calvert showed a little bit of speed right there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little quicker than what you realize.
Real quick, Chris,
The quarterback now in for the JV is some guys that looks like
There he
they're
goes.
not going very far, very
Calvert
fast,
trying
but
to
they really are.
outrun the Wolverines,
These guys are like
and he
Willie Clymer.
will
They
for
can
the
speed.
third junior
They
varsity
touch like 6
touchdown.
times on every step. I mean, it's just
Oh, that's a
so
twist.
unbelievably quick feet. But he did a great job closing in and getting in the end zone.
It was as if Hayden was running scared. I'd been running pretty fast, too.
Yes.
Those big guys were coming after me. And you're used to maybe stiff-arming a guy in junior high football, but they're a little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger.
Yeah, a little different.
Feels a little different at this level when they fall on you.
But what's good, you have that experience, and now you start believing, oh, okay, I can do this. That's a big part of it, obviously. Nice, tough run there, but 14.
T-Fred listening to the broadcast tonight. T-Fred with a good assist there. We've had to restart the system a few times due to just computer stuff, and we forgot to mute the replay. And T-Fred says, hey, the replay audio is coming through. So T-Fred with the assist there. Thank you, T-Fred.
T-Fred's always there to help.
Absolutely.
Always there to help.
Calvert. Jays will now move right to left.
A little nerves there.
Offensive coordinator Jason Rice coaching up his freshman QB there, Phil.
Bishop Kelley varsity getting loose in the end zone. Haven't seen Lawton or Guthrie quite working out quite yet, but the varsity clubs will be on the field here in about 20-25 minutes as Calvert takes the snap. He'll keep it on the far edge, gets in the block, out to the far side, 40-45 midfield into Lawton territory, and finally wrestled down there. And Hayden Calvert and the Blue Jay junior varsity squad moving the ball well. So whether it's Jalen in there or Hayden as we catch the replay.
Who threw that block?
Great block, 42, sealed the edge, really nice right there.
Yeah.
And Calvert getting the best out of it he can get out of it. I'd like to see him fall down a little forward, Chris. That's twice now I've seen him get pulled down from behind. I'd like to see him fall
run
forward.
out of bounds.
Yes, go ahead and run out of bounds, big man.
And I guarantee when he sees that on game film, the coaches point out, hey, just run out. Don't fight for the extra yard. You got 30 behind you. Just call it a good run and move on to the next snap.
So far, though, what an impressive night for Hayden Calvert.
Yeah,
absolutely. For the freshman and now the junior varsity. 3 receiver set. Ball's on that far hash mark if there was one. Calvert to throw, has a man wide open. Can't connect, though. A long pass, and it would only been maybe just a couple yards because there was a defender right there, as that would be the final play offensively for the junior varsity offense.
I don't know who big 59 is. He's a real long, lanky kid, but did a nice job on the offensive side of the ball.
Good look at him right there as he goes off our screen.
Had a good scrimmage there.
Phil, I wouldn't want to be the JV teams coming in here with all these sophomores that are going to be pulling double duty.
Right.
It reminds me of Chris, American Legion Baseball 1994, when we all came back down off of varsity to play 16 and under baseball. You know, all of a sudden the game's really slow for you. You know, so a lot of these sophomores will be playing Friday night, and then they'll be playing Monday night too. And you know, first off, want to see everybody stay healthy, but man, there'll be a tough out in JV ball.
It's a good throw there for the Lawton High JV quarterback.
He's got a wing, man. He really does. That was a great ball.
Catch the replay here. He just kind of zips it. Good job of the receiver getting open.
What do you think the chances are he's a baseball pitcher?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say.
He just kind of wound up and threw a fastball right down Main.
I got to tell you, after watching the junior varsity offense and defense, the practices have to be a whole lot more competitive as well. You mentioned those 3-year starters, and now there's the hold. That would have been a hold.
And there's the flag.
There's the flag, and nice run.
Yeah, but that kid, 23, can freaking fly. Did you guys see that kid?
Yes.
He pulled away from everybody.
We call that separation speed.
Holy smokes.
And gone.
That was, I think I've identified the fastest kid we've seen so far tonight.
That DB from Kelley literally got tackled to the ground, though.
Wow. 23 has some jets, guys.
Yeah, he was kind of running the daylight there, wasn't he, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, that was amazing. You know, some of those kids, when you see them run, you can see them catch that next gear.
Yeah.
Just different than everybody else.
I've seen it. I never experienced it personally.
Me either, buddy.
Well, Lawton High will turn and go back, moving right to left after the score that would have been negated by a penalty. .16 again with a nice ball that's blown dead. No reason to see quarterbacks get sacked tonight. Obviously, the refs are going to be quick on the whistle. But again, another strike by 16.
Yeah, and I heard Flecky in my ears when we were talking about him earlier. I think I'm going to go with third baseman.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I'd say he pitches too, but he's built like a third baseman.
I didn't know third baseman had a specific build, but...
Well, I think they do if you look at him.
You know, you have Wade Boggs.
Got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 feet.
We'll just say there's a wide variety of bodies.
A lot of similarities.
Quarterback under center. Don't see that very often in 5A, 6A football. Nice run on the outside edge. We'll remind you a few times once the varsity hits on the field, but this is the one and only scrimmage this season. Blue Jays will open up the 2020 season right here at Jelsma Stadium. Shawnee Wolves will come into town for a 7 o'clock kickoff. We'll begin our Interbank Blue Jay kickoff show beginning at 6:30 right here on our GMP YouTube page, and that'll be also shared on a variety of places as well, but also on 93.7 FM KSBI once again this year as that pass is incomplete. And Shawnee, probably one of the happy teams as they make their way from 6A down to 5A football this season, so they got a little bit better without even playing the game, coming from 6A2 to 5A football.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be the first year in several years without the services of Coach Billy Brown. Of course, Billy is no longer the head coach there, and I'm trying to remember the name of John. He was from Muskogee, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was the defensive coordinator at Muskogee, and his name escapes me right now as well. Yeah, they, of course, Shawnee defeated the Blue Jays a year ago in it was a fun game back and forth. As I'm just thankful, Phil, that the game, as I am at some of the places that we have to go, but I remember last year's game at Shawnee, first game of the year, in a press box that does not have the slightest hint of air conditioning.
I went in as a heavyweight, and I came out a welterweight. It was unbelievable.
I mean, it's not frigid in this press box, but it is somewhat cool.
It's comfortable.
It's comfortable, but boy, that's one of the hottest press boxes.
It's room temperature.
Well, not only is it blazing hot because it's summer still in Shawnee, but we had a lot of equipment putting off the heat as well in a tight space. There's a rough jumble. Look at this.
Wow. He gone.
I hope they got a good replay of this one as
he might get. Look at him. Got a little cocky.
He runs into the end zone. Nice.
I think he broke about 3 tackles on that.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and declare that he's going to play quite a bit on Friday nights.
Yeah, if he's just the junior varsity guy, I'm wondering what the varsity guy looks like.
A little nervous. A little nervous.
I don't know, Phil. He's pretty gassed, though.
Yeah.
He's still hanging out in the north end zone.
No, he is gassed, but
yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at it again. Let's use some of our replay features here, guys, real quick, as Craig's going to get that one back up, and we can go 100%, we can go 50%, we can go frame by frame. Let's check it out here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Just didn't wrap up. Yeah, he kind of, I don't know if he knew that guy was chasing him down or not, but
for about 10 yards, he looked like Ida Alexander.
I don't think he cared. I think he was so tired. He said, "If I get caught, I get caught. This is full speed right now."
Power and then the speed.
Yeah, he's still bent over, but he is gassed.
Phil, is he tapping his head and yelling "cookie"?
Yeah, cookie.
Wolverines now moving north to south. Little dump off screen pass. Made one guy miss. There's a flag completely away from the ball on the near side. Nice little bubble screen.
They're obviously not assessing penalties, but they're helping the coaches figure out who did what.
Yeah.
I think we had somebody not lined up correctly. Everybody's knocking off 5 months worth of rust.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting ready to bring that up. Yeah.
Your equipment.
Yes.
I feel kind of fresh. I mean,
back to the me show. No, I knock on wood. Hopefully, we're starting to get things figured out equipment-wise.
Look at that ball.
Perfect throwing ball, and just we would call that a drop as the intended receiver went up. But boy, what a beautiful delivered.
Yeah, I got to tell you too that Lawton High O-line right there. Not very often in high school football you see a quarterback stand in the pocket like that.
No,
yeah.
he's going to be a good one for him.
I mean, look at the time he has, guys. Look at 23 just looking for somebody. He didn't even have anybody to block.
Just probably should have been caught. He asked number 11. He said, "Yeah, I should probably have that one." Now we'll get a chance to look at the Blue Jay defense.
So far, we've seen some great quarterback play tonight,
yes.
Chris.
Yeah. Calvert, Shelf,
whoever this young man is.
Whoever that young Lawton guy is.
The Bishop Kelley JV QB's got a lot to live up to right here.
I know. I'm going to be interested to see what the Lawton varsity quarterback looks like.
I think we may have just saw him.
You think he's in? Get some extra snaps in?
He may be in the doghouse or something.
They'll be okay on the varsity if that's the arm.
I promise you, if he's the backup.
That's so tough. Earlier Phil was talking about Union and Jinx, but when you look at 6A2, it's been Bixby, the powerhouse. Bixby easily could be very competitive and would be competitive in 6A1 football as the Blue Jay defense goes up, junior varsity defense against Kelley's offense. But it's been Bixby and Stillwater the last couple of years in the state championship games. Bixby won in both of those, and Bixby winning every state championship except for one in 6A2. But man, Lawton had some teams that were right there on the cusp of winning the state championship, just could never get there, and they've come down a little bit. We'll see what 2020 has in store for them.
Chris, how long does Bixby stay in 6A2, friend?
The ADMs just came out and approved this month, and they are still number 17. And so
right there.
The top 16 are in 6A1, 17 through 32 is your 6A2 schools, and I don't know if they're placing themselves just right at that 17 spot, as there's a ball incomplete. Nice coverage there by the Blue Jays secondary. So those 6A2 teams, teams like Choctaw, Sapulpa, not UConn. Remember, I was trying to think. Choctaw, another school. Lawton here.
Lawton High, Enid, Ponca. Chris, answer me this. You may not know. There may not be an answer to this yet, but obviously with all that's going on in the world with the pandemic, brick and mortar school enrollment being what it is, I think across the board it's safe to say that most schools are seeing quite a reduction in enrollment. Gobbled up by the Blue Jay D there. Good play.
Good play.
Do you think that they will totally discard this year for future ADMs?
It'd be interesting. I think you just got to go with you got to go with, right? The system that it is with numbers. I know a lot of the brick and mortar schools are offering, just like Guthrie's offering the Blue Jay Academy. So I think those athletes, the athletes are staying where they're at. They're not going to go.
Sure.
They're there because they want to play athletics. So I think.
I just wonder
it would be interesting.
If there's one school that's hit particularly hard by, say a school doesn't have an online option.
Right.
And they lost a lot of kids, what will that ADM look like?
It would be curious, especially the Oklahoma City schools who have a hard time getting numbers out, like U.S. Grant, Isaiah there.
Good hit by Isaiah Hammonds.
U.S. Grant and Northwest Class and schools like that, they are. That would be interesting. I think for Guthrie's sake, they're right smack in the middle of 5A.
Right.
I think they'll be okay to stay in 5A right where they are. And Phil, I want to get both of you guys' opinion. I keep watching Isaiah Hammonds, and I saw him running the ball. It made me think of a certain player. Now I see him playing defense at linebacker. Is there a Clayton Smith resemblance there with Isaiah Hammonds?
Yeah, big time.
I didn't see it till you just said it, but now I'll never unsee it.
They're built the same. They're both physical guys. Both can run. Got to see Clayton last night. Clayton, of course, lives in Arkansas now with his family, and he was next door. His father lives next door to us.
Yeah, well, I bring it up because Clayton Smith, of course, on that 2007 state championship team, and Clayton could have been a stud linebacker, but Guthrie was so deep offensively and defensively that he never had to play linebacker. Obviously, this year's team, like Isaiah, he would have to play both ways. If Clayton Smith was on this team, he would have to play both ways, but it's just an eerie semblance there between the two.
Yeah, they look so much alike physically, and Clayton probably a little thicker at this age than Hammonds, but not a significant difference. But they do look very similar.
What would they compare as speed-wise, Phil?
I actually think Hammonds' kid's probably a little quicker.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a little quicker.
Yep.
Yeah, Clayton had those quick feet, but when it came right down to, I think Clayton was probably a solid, Chris, 4'7" guy?
Yeah, but Clayton, and I'm not sure I've seen Isaiah enough quite yet, but Clayton was looking for contact. I mean, he would go out of his way of looking for contact, and Blue Jays, not the best at coverage, but enough there to break up the play there.
The thing I always talk about with Clayton is, if you're around that group of kids, of course, we would all, I think, agree, probably the most athletic group that we've ever seen come out here, at least in our lifetime. And Clayton was there was a lot of bad boys on that team, but he was everybody on that team.
Tough.
Tough, but everybody on that team, when Clayton spoke, they shut up and listened. So it was, he was definitely one of the leaders. Definitely one of the leaders. He's coaching 5th grade football in Arkansas, he told me last night. Of course, he also is an electrician, but he's excited. He's got a son that's in the 5th grade and having a blast doing that over in Arkansas.
Doesn't get any better than that, Phil. Ball on the ground.
Guthrie's going to scoop and score. They're going to blow it dead, but that would be a scoop and score for 32.
So far, Phil, both the freshmen and the JV, both units, highly competitive tonight.
Well, Chris hit on this, and this is I want to really be careful. Everyone understands when I say this. It's no disrespect to any of the younger groups we've had over the last 5, 6, 7 years, but it is noticeable the difference in athleticism with the freshman team and the JV team this year. It's noticeable. Wouldn't you agree, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It stands out.
Well, and doesn't that speak to numbers, guys?
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
I'm looking. Yeah. I have to really crane my neck out here to see where the line of Blue Jays ends.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Of course, one of the safety measures this football season is usually the sideline goes from the 25-yard line to the 25-yard line. That will be extended from the 10-yard line to the 10-yard line to space out a little bit more. There's a nice spin move before gobbled up by 5 Blue Jays. One of few positive plays for Bishop Kelley. They'll have a first down.
So you say it's going from the 10 to the 10?
10 to the 10.
Well, Phil will still figure out a way to get a flag.
No.
I like where Seth's head's at, Chris. I'm not going to lie.
Seth, you know how to operate a field mic?
Josh Raines just walked by. Runs a solid 4.9.
He heard you.
Yes, he did.
The great debate of 2019.
Josh and I have had some fun with each other with that. But
Josh Raines has played high school sports for Guthrie for about 11 years.
Yeah, he's the Ben Harris of Guthrie football. Yeah, he's been here forever. But what a great athlete he is and a competitor. I mean, so tough. And he can play linebacker, he can play tailback, play quarterback, he can play receiver, he can play anywhere.
And be happy to do it.
Great attitude, the epitome of a team guy, and a heck of an athlete. Great baseball player too, Chris.
41 on that wheel route for Kelley had nothing between him and the end zone.
Yeah.
Coach Beebe's walking about 10 yards up to figure out what went on there.
Now, Seth, I think, and I know Chris knows this, I know he's working on some stuff,
Technical
difficulties right now, but I believe Josh is already committed to play baseball. I don't know if I think it might be Seminole.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that I've watched him. I've watched him play a couple times. I watched him catch a couple times.
Yeah.
And really athletic guy, big arm, tough kid. I would have given everything I had to be as physical as he was when I was squatting behind the dish at Squires, I promise.
I just asked Josh, and his exact words were, right now, Seminole.
Hey,
so
playing JUCO baseball at Seminole is
that's legit.
And you'll like this reference, Phil. It's like playing football at Eastern Mississippi Community College.
No doubt, brother. That's high-level baseball.
The highest level.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some stallions. A lot of majors played.
Took a stop at Seminole.
You're
for
darn
sure.
right they did. You're darn right they did. So it's fun.
You want to have an intelligent conversation about Seminole baseball, just pull Terry Bennett Jr. aside. Terry Bennett Jr., Connors State alum, had some real battle royales with Seminole and Coach.
Kelley.
Coach
County as well.
Coach Lloyd Simmons, baseball royalty. Most people would refer to him as Zero. Blue Jay D acquitted themselves well there. A couple of busts, but nothing too bad.
Definitely a tone for that first series, when they had some busted coverages and came out and did a nice job that go around.
Guys, I really think it's an advantage that we're playing this scrimmage on this field. I really do. I think there's something to be said for nerves, and I think that a lot of these kids are going to get that out of their system tonight before coming back here next week to take on the Shawnee Wolves. I really think playing it here is going to play into our favor.
Yeah, I just love it here, and there's so much for the team and for the grounds crew to get it ready, and a lot of the hard part's done, getting all these lines painted on here. Of course, they'll come back this week and go over it again, but now this week you got to do the G and you got to do the yard mark, and for the radio crew you got to work on a few things up here. So it's
I will say this, for a grounds crew that would have spent the summer not knowing if we were going to have a season or not, the place sure does look nice.
Is this we got the varsity boys?
I think we're gearing up to play some varsity football, man.
Yeah, I look out there, I see several sophomores out there for the Guthrie defensive unit starting.
But familiar faces like Caden Ballard-Stevenson.
Yeah.
And some sophomores from last year, Chase Doles. Phil, I see Landon Herzl out there.
Landon Herzl's out there.
Sophomore suffered a gruesome leg break.
We were there.
All three of us had a front row seat for that.
That was a rough day.
But Landon has recovered from that terrible wakeboarding accident and has just gotten huge in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
And getting the start tonight, Phil, I know that we've been talking a lot about him recently.
Of course, Doles, 22 in the middle. They're at linebacker. So here we go. Bishop Kelley with the football going against the Guthrie defense. Shotgun snap. Here comes a little screen. Execute it well. Coming to the near side. And not blocking or not wrapping up, it's going to be a touchdown.
Yeah.
For Bishop Kelley.
Yeah, that's an excellent play call on the first play of the scrimmage. You know, everybody's amped up. Go ahead and let that D-line jailbreak and throw that little bubble screen out on him. Just caught the Blue Jays completely asleep at the wheel. And Caden Ballard-Stevenson had like 3 blockers out there on him. That's going to the house.
You know, I think what's good about this scrimmage too is we're talking about, I'm counting, I think I see 4 sophomores out there, maybe 5.
Well, I know Cole Madison's got to be out there somewhere.
Cole's out there, 43. We got 21 as a sophomore. The young man that tore his knee up last year, and I'm drawing a blank on his name.
I think that's Spade Poole. I think he's actually
I'm sorry, Spade. I'm sorry. I was thinking of, yeah, that's Spade. You're right.
Kelley back to the offense, back to throwing it again. Slip screen here. Blue Jays wrap up this time.
There we go. Well, they're flying around now. So you got Madison at number 43, Doles 22, Herzl 15, Whitfield 9, Ballard-Stevenson 7. I'm not sure who 2 is on the back end.
I'm not either. I'm trying to figure that out.
But we got our answer. We got Jalen Shelf out there, number 10.
Yeah.
I was about to say Cale Kaufman, and Cale Kaufman's another one that I felt like had been playing for 14 years.
His number's out there.
His number's out there, and I immediately wanted to go. There's Cale Kaufman out there on the field. But Cale is at Oklahoma State University.
Talking about trying to long snap over there.
Well, man, I tell you what. You think of the time we had a bad snap on a punt or an extra point when he was doing it.
Yeah, that's right.
Kelley, third play, third pass going to the end zone. It's incomplete, overshot there by a few yards, and Bishop Kelley throwing the ball.
Phil, in our front 7, do we have a senior out there tonight?
I don't believe we do, actually. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Working on a roster here.
We do. Number 49, I believe, is a senior. I think that's the kid that came in from Texas last year.
Zachary Thompson.
Yeah.
6'2", 220.
Yeah.
I find the roster, so we should be able to to get this going here now. Yeah.
Oh, and 50 Wiggins, he's a senior also, number 50.
Yeah, 6'4", 275, Nathan Wiggins.
Who's number 2, Chris?
Kelley. Yet to run the ball. All 4 plays have been passing plays, and 2 of them have been really good, including this one. And tackled inside the 10. It'll be first and go for Bishop Kelley. Number 2, DeAndre Jones, 5'10", 160-pound junior.
He's a good-looking kid.
Chris, as you alluded to earlier about Bishop Kelley, they do what they do, and they do it well.
Yeah.
And they showed it right there. They were working that slip screen on us hard. That'll give Kelley BB something to coach him up over.
Bishop Kelley, a season ago, 8-5, lost in the state semifinals a year ago to over at Western Heights High School. Lost to Bishop McGinnis 48-22, and Phil and I were in attendance in the press box that night, and it was a lot of number 2 for the Irish, who's now over at Oklahoma State. As Bishop Kelley now goes against the Lawton defense, and again another pass. And a nice open field tackle as that gets the Lawton fans across the way. A few Blue Jay fans ooh and all here as we watch the replay.
Boys, I was just on the end down here, Coach Kelley BB, of course, head coach, but longtime defensive coordinator, and one of the best defensive coordinators I've ever seen at the high school level. He's motivating the young men on this end of the field, but just reinforcing the things they've been working on all summer. And I think we'll see a different look probably when we get them back out on the field.
Well, for the most part, Phil, Kelley's run the same variation of the same play.
Yes. Very vanilla always.
Another pass on wide open guy and unable to connect. As he goes up the rock wall. Not very many times have we seen someone run so fast they actually had to go up the wall. You don't see that as often.
Well, it's
I'm about to go down there and stop him. He should be running up the wall.
Well, I think his momentum carried him up there.
I don't know.
No,
I think that was more planned.
Yeah, that was planned.
Okay,
that was not Bo Jackson-esque.
I was going to ask, did Bo Jackson plan to go up the wall?
Bo Jackson would have gone over the wall.
Bo had no choice. He was running a 4.240.
Bo would have stopped running about cash save.
Bo would have ran through that wall probably.
Does Bishop Kelley run the football?
No. And there you go.
It had to happen sometime or other. They do run it nicely. nicely there again. Bishop Kelley 8-5 a season ago after losing their first 2 games of the season to Tulsa Washington and Bishop McGuinness. Finally got some wins over Tulsa Memorial, Tulsa Held, Durant, Glenpool, Ada, Coweta, Collinsville, and Noble before losing to Bishop McGuinness. And, Phil, they play over on the Tulsa side of things, not quite as strong as we've seen here on the west side. Of course, we talk all the time about 5A2 football, but you look at Noble, who had they had their best season ever a year ago. The West just plays pretty good football here on the 5A side. Another pass, another catch, a broken tackle, but second tackle will be there.
Seth and I were talking today with Jason about the scrimmage tonight, and we brought up Tulsa Kelley, and I said they're East Side Oklahoma good.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that's I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's just different level of depth.
It's really a weird, dichotomy that 6A on the east side is so powerful.
Yes.
And then the other classes on the east side are powerful, but 5A over there, not so much. I know there's been some pockets of years where Collinsville was good, but year in and year out, 5A is much stronger on the west side of the state as 6A is on the east side.
And what's not made some sense over the years.
Pass is incomplete there. And just real quick, 4A football, it's spread out. I mean, you got Weatherford, Tuttle, Blanchard, Wagner. I mean, it's a little bit more spread out.
Well, and I think, too, we've seen some teams over there over the years, Chris. Some of these East Central teams, remember some of the freaks those guys had? I mean, they were just unbelievable athletically.
They had a stretch in there, Phil, where it looked like they had about 11 D1 players.
It was just nuts. I mean, it was. I mean,
they were
literally
scary.
They were literally the best looking team athletically you would see all year for about 3 or 4 years. Now I think they made it to the finals one year, but they just always seemed they were every year semifinals, but they'd always fall apart. But athletically, it was just unbelievable looking at them.
3 Blue Jays there meeting at the quarterback. There's Landon Herzl in on that, and 45, Chris.
Yeah, that's a big Chris.
Chris Chaputis.
Yes, 6'3", 245-pound junior. Good-looking athlete, too. Jalen Shelton, quarterback to the near side. A little dump-off pass here, nice block. And the Comets have another big play offensively.
Bill 6 is another sophomore, Jackson Walters.
That's who I was trying to find earlier. Yeah.
And of course, Jackson.
Sorry, guys, I'm over here helping out the official. He had a question about a rule.
He wanted to know if he had to wear a mask in the stables or not, didn't he?
Yes.
Back to Jackson Walters, number 6, the secondary. In the secondary, he's a safety, right? I lost him.
Well, he's playing linebacker right here.
Linebacker, there he is right there at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah. Also coming off a big knee injury.
Yeah, that's what I say. Tore his ACL a year ago, and it was. I didn't know if he was going to be able to come back this quick or not. And so it's good to see him out there. He's another good athlete, and not only defensively but offensively. I mean, he was one of the go-to guys in freshman and junior high football.
Another big baseball player.
Yeah.
Just all-around good athlete.
He looks the part, man. I mean, he's just got that raw bone, tough kid look,
A little better defensive evolution for the Jays there, guys.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, Coach Beebe not quick to get to the defense as he was the first time. He had a nice little stroll there.
That's right.
It was a sprint the first time. Guys, what do you think? Pretty good crowd for the Guthrie side of things. Obviously, not quite as big for Bishop Kelley or Lawton. They had to travel quite a bit ways to get here, but what a perfect location. I know Bishop Kelley loves coming to Guthrie or Langston, and Lawton, it's a good meeting place.
Oh, absolutely, Chris, and they get to see some quality opponents, get to work on some things, get good film to go back. Chris, is next week considered week 0 or is
Correct.
it considered week 1?
Week 0.
Do you know if either one of these squads have a game week 0?
I can look that up here real quick. And, and Phil, we talked about this before. That for Guthrie, you see a team in Bishop Kelley that runs a lot of, smart kids, a different type of a passing type offense.
Right.
And then you look at Lawton, an athletic group of clubs, so you kind of see both different styles of play.
And how you're going to stack up. I mean, Lawton's just going to line up and beat you to death, and Kelley's a little more razzle-dazzle. As we've seen there on the first couple of evolutions, a lot of kind of exotic blocking schemes and slipping guys out of the backfield, and they've looked good doing it.
Lawton football coming off a 5-5 season a year ago.
So 5 ball games, Phil, for the Wolverines.
I knew they were right in there. This number 10 kid, he's playing corner over. Of course, that's the wall runner, but he's an athletic kid. I mean, keep your eyes on his kid on this right side over here, walking towards you right now, Seth. Just watch him. He's a very, very athletic kid.
He's kind of got a little bit of a Blake Curtin thing going on.
He got a little swagger to him.
Yeah, definitely.
Got a little swagger to him. He definitely stands out, and there's a lot of really good ball players on the field right now athletically, but this young man's he's got something to him. Look how tight he's playing up on this.
A lot of confidence.
A lot.
There's a hold on the edge, no whistle. Look at Bishop Kelley. They will be in action Friday night as they host Poto at over in the Tulsa area. So Bishop Kelley does play in week 0.
Poto, Oklahoma, home of Carl Albert Jr. College.
I've been there a few times. Umpire baseball. I actually been there just one time.
I coached a American Legion baseball tournament there.
Oh, that's right.
I spent a night in jail in Potos. I mean, does that count for anything?
What?
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. You guys were reminiscing about your memories in Poto. I didn't have anything, so I made something up.
Well, okay.
All right.
Oh, boy.
High snap, another fastball
Phil,
by the Lawton QB.
Show up to the production meeting on Monday, please.
Now, 21 for Kelley also is an outstanding-looking athlete. Are you guys seeing him right there? He's about the 20-yard line, 25-yard line walking right now.
I got you.
Just good-looking athlete. I'll tell you what, this Kelley team's got a lot of athletes.
Guys, how many college football players did Kelley graduate last year?
College or Division I?
Well, how many D1 kids did they have last year?
I think they had 3.
Yep, I believe they had 3.
I know they sent one to the Air Force Academy. I got a chance to meet him earlier this summer. Linebacker, I believe.
Yeah, the Middleton kid, defensive back, went to O State.
You had the wide receiver.
Yep.
As Lawton goes against the Guthrie defense here. Nice first play. Jalen Shelf with a tackle. Touchdown saving tackle.
Yes, nice body saving tackle as well, Chris.
Aaron Ryburn, producer, doing double duty tonight. Craig Flake had to leave, and Aaron's switching buttons and doing the replay.
Best in the business, Chris.
Does a pretty darn good job.
He's the pro.
16 is a big kid, guys.
Sure is. Both of their quarterbacks, their backup quarterback, I would assume the JV quarterback is the backup.
Well, that's the same kid.
Same kid.
It is? Okay, okay. Dang gone.
Yeah,
that's the same kid.
He's tired.
So he took JV and varsity snaps.
Yep,
You don't
sure
see
did.
that.
Getting some reps.
Well, you know,
Lawton does
he
not play next week.
He may be a young guy, and they're trying to get him as much work as they can. Interesting to see them go under center so much, Chris.
I know.
Oh, he stumbled. That turf monster got him. What, is there a tougher kid in the world than Spade Pool, guys?
Oh, he's one of my favorites.
That kid, he is in on every tackle. And if he didn't make the tackle, you'll think he did. Big-time wrestler. I know Phil's got a soft spot for wrestlers.
You know, and you're right, I do. But, I mean, I'm telling you what, his motor never stops. I mean, he's just that intense kid. And Spade's put on some size. You know, he's a little heavier than he was last year, and he had a well of a season last year.
Hey, that 21 and 22, that's a good set of linebackers, guys.
It really is.
Spade and Doles, and the Blue Jays going to get to the quarterback. Was it 19? Don't have 19 on my roster. Maybe it's a different number. 19?
49.
49.
and
Okay,
21.
that's the Thompson kid.
No,
Zachary
he's
Thompson.
put together. Big, thick kid.
A little bit different rhythm here, guys. They're running them on and off quick.
Yeah, it's not our normal 12 on, 12 off type scrimmage this season. Lawton will be off in week 0. They'll open up their season week 1 when they travel to Duncan. Back to pass, flushed out, and blown dead. Nice downfield coverage there by Bishop Kelley, and there was not a wide receiver open.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
Yeah, I just talked to athletic director, and he just informed me, as good as this Kelley team looks, they got about 15 kids that aren't here tonight. So, I mean, he said there's a bunch of guys that'll be playing on Friday nights that we're not seeing.
Boys, I'm telling you, this QB from Lawton's got a cannon.
He does.
You don't see that throw made very much in high school football. Watch this replay, Chris. I mean, he throws that ball 20 yards on it, and it's going down from the minute it leaves his hand.
There's no doubt. You can tell he's tired, too.
Yeah. He's taken a lot of snaps
I don't know
already.
if he's being punished or snaps or what's going on. He's a big kid, too. Pretty thick.
I'm gonna reach deep back into the memory banks, Chris. At least deep for us. It won't be deep for Phil. But he got a little. His delivery reminds me of Justin Fuente.
Oh yeah, the Union Redskin.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Now is he still at Virginia Tech?
Yes.
It just the way he holds the ball, the way it looks coming out of his hand, it just got a little Justin Fuente-esque throwing motion.
I was just looking at Bishop Kelley from the freshman and the junior varsity perspective. I was a little bit nervous for the Comets, but now that I've seen the varsity and that I know that there's 15 players that are not here for the varsity, I think they'll be okay.
Absolutely.
This season over on the east side.
Yeah.
As they again they have put several seasons together in a row, and there'll be another factor in 5A football. There's no doubt about that.
Well, are we going to get to see the Blue Jay varsity offense go here, boys?
We are.
Jalen Allison in there, I see.
Have you guys looked at Chris LeGrand lately?
Yeah.
He looks like a marathon runner. Is Chris running a lot? Chris?
Yes, he runs
You've been running a lot? Are you still running? We were just talking on the air about you look like a marathon runner standing over here. So
we don't have our camera operators hooked up to our communication
I
system.
wish we did. We could zoom in. He looks like a swell 28-year-old standing over on the sideline.
Where's Chris LeGrand, the Guthrie High School principal? His first year teaching was our 8th grade year.
I do remember that.
I got to tell him that. Mr. LeGrand, Chris Evans just said he remembers your first year of teaching. Him and Seth were in the 8th grade. So God bless you. So
Josh Raines with the first varsity snap offensively in this scrimmage, going against Lawton, goes up on the right side. And, we were able to see quite a bit of that a year ago with Josh running the football.
Hey, Phil, we're working on a kind of a makeshift roster up here. Can you find out who's wearing 8? Is that Ken?
That is Ken.
Okay.
That is Ken, yeah.
So we got Ken lined up next to Josh.
Yeah.
There's Barber. 3 receiver set. Josh takes it out of the belly, runs on the right side, leans forward. And
never falls backwards.
No, he's always falling forward, brother.
Get another good look here at Josh reading that defensive end. Made the right read, by the way, as he crashed in and was able to get some good yards there. I would think that would be for a first down when you combine those two plays. Of
Absolutely.
course, not playing down in distance tonight, just going off of plays.
Trying to figure out who. Okay, we know. Okay, 7 is
Ballard Stevenson.
Ballard. Who's 32?
Is that Jalen?
It kind of looks.
Is it
That's Tyron Eaton.
Okay.
Tyron Eaton.
Tyron, another sophomore?
Nice.
This pass is going to be.
Oh, nice job.
Way to break it up. 32.
Nice job breaking that up. Outstanding play.
Tyron Eaton was one of the names you heard coming out of summer camp, Phil, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Talking about his route running and his hands.
Yeah.
Really tough kid. I believe he's a wrestler as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, that wasn't that bad of a ball. That was just greatly played defensively. That kid made a great play on the ball.
Well, and his equally great play of Tyron to break it up.
Yeah, no doubt. Didn't give up on the play and kept the ball with the good guys.
You know, as we see Josh go in the shotgun here, and he'll roll to the near side, and nothing there, and he's going to just take off and run with it. And I think Phil, although it'll be young talent at the wide receiver spot, I think Josh will have more options, more athletic options this year with the receiver set.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. We're going to be a lot deeper, a lot more athletic out wide. I mean, and that's, quarterback gets blamed for everything, right? And last year was a tough year, but you got to have he's going to have more targets to go to this year, no doubt. And of course, with Ken in the backfield, he's explosive as all get out and flat fly. So, I think our offensive side of the ball has a chance to do some good things.
And with that, I think Josh has to learn to be a little bit more patient and not escape the pocket as fast and, quote, running for your life. I think he, trust that line a little bit and stay in there, let the receivers run their route.
Yeah, and I know they've worked a lot on that in the offseason. And you're seeing a little bit, I mean, you got to remember, too, here we go.
Barber, first carry.
Yeah.
How long has it been since we've had a running back combo like Barber and Hammonds, guys? A while.
Oh, yeah, a long while.
I mean, we've had some good.
Well, you know what it was. You know what it was. It was Kai Callens and Ide Alexander.
That's big shoes to fill, my friend.
Big shoes to fill.
But I think the potential's there, obviously.
Yeah.
You saw what Hammonds was about in the JV.
Yeah, of course. Kai Callens would get a lot of votes at the high school level, and for sure on the offensive side of the ball, he'd get a lot of votes as the best we've ever had. I mean, he was
really could just do everything.
Could do everything. Yep.
He could have played quarterback for us 4 years. I mean, kid could throw it, he could run it, he could catch it, he could do whatever. Little crafty move by Josh there with blown dead on the quick whistle. But an experienced senior QB, an experienced senior running back in Barber, and then an experienced 3-year starter out at wideout in Ballard Stevenson. I mean, it's just a perfect mix of experience and then these young kids, these sophomores. It's just going to be really exciting to see them mesh and come together.
Course 582, you got Carl Urban McGinnis, your 1-2 spot. Piedmont will be in there, Woodward. So I think it really comes down to Piedmont, Woodward, and Guthrie once again this year, like it did last year, deciding the 3rd and 4th spot in the 5A2 playoffs. Josh the throw, good ball throw there, nice catch inside the 10, and it'll be 1st and goal for the
excellent catch by Caden right there. Yep. He adjusted to that ball, kind of caught it off his back hip. Josh put it in the vicinity, but Caden made a nice grab.
Yeah, Caden went into motion, across the way, wide open, nice route there, and Josh delivered it. And that's a lot, Phil. That's a lot that we didn't see last year that we already seeing here in the scrimmage. It's very optimistic so far.
It's so different. I mean, they just look. You can tell these kids have worked hard in the weight room. They've done a lot of things, and I'm telling you, it does, Chris. You're right. It looks different.
Josh Raines keeps it up the middle, 5 into the end zone. Oh, did he get there? It was not Josh. I apologize, but it was Barber.
He got in.
Barber did get in.
They're doing an excellent job on that on riding that zone read, enough to fake us out twice.
Absolutely,
now.
And either one would have scored.
I believe so.
Barber gets in there.
Josh was at the back of the end zone.
Yeah. And guys, I think there was a lot of motivation, right, in the postseason, in the offseason. You go 4-6 last year. First time you don't make the playoffs since 2004. So I think the coaching staff was a little extra motivating to get the players motivated. Would that be fair?
Well, and I think anytime you go through that, especially with a school that's got the tradition we've had over the last 20 or so years, 15, 20 years, yeah, it's a pride thing too. I mean, nobody wants to be that.
Well,
right?
These guys didn't forget how to coach. We've talked about that several times. It's just sometimes you don't have the weapons at your disposal to make it work. Look at this time when he's getting here, guys.
And that's, as it's incomplete there, but that's what I was mentioning earlier, just trust the process, staying there and staying there. And credit to the offensive line and give credit to Lawton's secondary. Everybody was covered up. I think Josh could maybe dumped it off at the last second to the running back there, but it's tough to see.
And that may be in a play where we want him to tuck it and go ahead and get his 5 or 6 and whatever. But what great blocking right there by the Blue Jays.
Josh very capable of that as well as Clymer lines up with the receiver to the top of your screen.
We're going to get a chance to see Hammonds now with the varsity.
Isaiah Hammonds, jersey number 30, there on the left side of Josh Raines. Play action, Josh rolling. Fastball, caught. Eaton on the reception. Another sophomore, so you had a sophomore catching the ball. You had a sophomore in the backfield. And then there's your senior leadership there in Josh Raines, who delivers a beautiful football there.
Who's big number 3 here that was split out wide? Does anybody know?
That's Jalen Allison, Phil.
Well, I think Jalen's 33. I think that he's thick enough to be Jalen Allison.
I think tonight Jalen's wearing 3.
Okay, that does look like him when you say that.
33 is playing that back position.
Look at this. Hammonds on the varsity, just like the junior varsity. Doesn't matter who he lines up, he just scores touchdowns.
Guys, he makes one move and then he's gone. He doesn't play around.
Coach Woodard just looked at me with a big old grin on his face, shaking his head up and down as to say, yeah, he's pretty good. So.
Guys, that was blocked exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Actually, if we can watch that one more time, Aaron, if you can get that queued up. See the burst here, Seth, and watch him just bust through it. You talk about that gap. Makes one guy miss, and that's all it is.
On this old roster we've got up here, Phil, I'm not seeing who 33 is right now, who's kind of playing that fullback position.
I'm looking right at him, and I don't know. I'll find out here in a second, but it doesn't look familiar to me, but that doesn't mean anything.
He has blocked that play well a couple of times that I've noticed.
Is Carson Wilder.
Oh,
another sophomore.
Guys, that's the theme of the night, isn't it?
Yeah. 33. Carson's never been a low number like that before.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the last time I saw him, he was about half that size.
Yeah, and another baseball player.
Yep, yeah, really turning it on in travel baseball.
Catcher,
yes. Got a soft spot for the catchers, boys.
You know who's nervous right now? Casey Porter.
All the baseball players?
All the baseball players.
Well, God bless the 10th grade.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, my goodness.
Been pretty good tonight. Then you see 49, Thompson had a couple nice plays in there. Whitfield, upperclassmen, and it's a good mix this year. Josh Raines, obviously the senior leadership as well. Offensive line, I mean, we saw Hammonds. He was untouched, and there was one guy that he made him miss. But other than that, it was well blocked up front.
He's got about 150 yards tonight and not a grass stain on him.
Right.
Guys, I'm going to say that I might be. Tell me what you think, but Barber, I thought, was head and shoulders the fastest kid we have. I think him and Hammonds would be a heck of a foot race.
I believe so. I think Barber probably has a little bit laterally.
Yeah.
Guys, he's a little quicker. He's got a little more shiftiness.
Yeah.
Hammonds is making one move and getting everything he can get.
Yeah, no doubt.
It'll be a great watching them play off of each other this year. Again, it's just the depth is just something that this team did not have a year ago. It's really cool to see this coaching staff have a full cupboard once again.
Looks like we're going to look at the Guthrie varsity offense go against this Lawton varsity defense. Freshman started, JV in the middle, now here on the varsity side of things, and it's actually going to be the other way around. It's going to be the Lawton offense going against the Guthrie defense. Pull and Doles, your Blue Jay linebackers. Handoff left side. Splits Pull and Doles. A couple of nice blocks there as they get up to midfield on a nice run.
So we finally see a new QB, Chris? Yes, we finally see a new QB for Lawton.
And with the new quarterback, they've gone to the running game.
We may be seeing the true Lawton High 1-0 here, Chris.
Yeah.
A lot of different personnel.
Pass incomplete. Jackson Walters coming up on the play.
Phil, is that a mask on the Lawton High players' face masks? It almost looks like they're wearing masks over their face masks.
You know what? I'll take a look at that. I did know that when I talked to the coaching staff, they said that they're, you know what, they are. That absolutely is. Yeah, they're requiring it because he said that they were requiring them to wear a mask. I thought he was talking about just the coaching staff, but those are masks over the face mask.
You know, I think, Seth, I would think that would be more comfortable to be on the face mask itself.
Absolutely.
Instead of on the actual face. Now, my next question is a nice route there. My next question is the cloth on the inside or the outside of the mask?
Stand by.
Again, our camera operators are not hooked into our audio tonight, so normally we would have them zoom in, but we don't have communications with them. But we'll have Phil work on that, get it a field report there soon as pass is dropped.
They look to be on the inside of the face mask.
I would think they would have to be on the inside.
Yeah.
Phil, I think you need to go to Vegas and place a prop bet for us. I think that our Time Person of the Year this year is going to be the cloth face mask.
Oh, boy. I was just thinking if I was playing high school football with this going on, I'd be the guy trying to rip the face mask off.
Long pass
incomplete.
incomplete.
Phil, how would you have put a face mask on a single bar?
Yeah, okay. Just touch them all, little buddy. Touch them all.
Well, buddy, you put that on a tee and said, knock it out of the park, kid.
You know, Chris, you said earlier, we were looking at the the Kelley kids and the Lawton kids. It was a tale of great athletes and athletic kids on the Kelley side, but probably a little more, I don't know the right word, structured, discipline, or whatever. But there's some speed out here on the field right now.
Yeah, I was telling Chris, Phil, I think we're seeing the true Lawton 1-0 right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Different QB. A couple of different linemen in there.
Yeah.
This must be their real unit right here.
Look how thick that quarterback is. He's a big boy.
Both of their QBs are big kids.
They
16
really
and
are.
17.
Yeah.
They both can sling it.
Oof. There's some cracking going on down here.
Yeah. Jackson Walters mixing it up out there on the edge.
Yeah, he's not scared to.
No, sir. No, sir.
Chase Doles on the tackle there, jersey 22.
Little QB boot action. Oh. That'll be a DB coach nightmare right there, Phil. They'll study that one on film all week. Well, as Chris steps away, he's working out the gremlins and all of this fancy gear he's got.
Can you hear me okay, Seth? I've got a lot of trouble in my ears right now.
I can hear you.
Okay, very good.
I can hear you just fine. Chris has stepped away. He's cleansing the gear of gremlins again.
Oh, boy.
Well, we get to see the Blue Jays in the red zone, Phil.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, one thing that's, I know we keep saying this, but there's a noticeable difference just in, I'm going to say confidence, you call it swagger, whatever, but these kids there's more confident, it seems like, for the Jays this year. Nice play there.
Who got a hand on that?
Number 49.
Is that Thompson?
Yeah, Thompson.
Zachary Thompson, 6'2", 220, senior. Batting that down at the line.
like we're going to have another go at it here on the D2 side.
You know Kelley's not going to let him walk off, Phil.
No. Of course, I'll tell you what, we haven't talked about this, but we're lucky we got Kelley down here. He was in a horrible car wreck not too long ago.
Boy, I tell you.
And I mean, we see the pictures, it's a miracle.
The fact that both of those gentlemen survived
just a miracle.
Is a miracle.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
I don't think he got in.
Right out at about the half-yard line.
I think DeAndre Jones wrangled him out right at the pylon.
Yep. This is good. Get him the situation down here.
Yeah, absolutely. They stopped him once, and Kelley said, let's try it again, see if we can stop him twice. It'll pay dividends in the long run, I promise. I'm afraid with a kid like 17, I would just be sneaking it, Phil.
Yeah. Or that.
Untouched into the end zone along that left side. Catch another replay here. Another untouched touchdown there. Jersey number 3 walks in.
In the real world, we're off the field, though, boys. But not a bad showing by the Blue Jay D at all.
Get a good look there. Blue Jay head coach Kelley Beebe took over as the head coach in the 2014 season. And Guthrie will host Shawnee here next week. Blue Jays have won 3 of their last 4 season openers.
What's the full non-conference slate this year, Chris?
Shawnee, Pump City West, and Duncan.
I don't ever remember playing a Putnam City school in football here. It's been a long time.
No. Guthrie will be at PC West week 1 of the season. It's a brand new field, brand new press box, so we'll be able to see what that looks like here in a couple of weeks. Duncan, another great facility, brand new press box. It's probably 3 or 4 years old.
Now, Putnam City Original plays where?
50th Street.
Okay, now I believe, and this may have changed since then, but I believe they had made the decision not to allow spectators this season in football.
I know PC North has changed it. It was for the PC district. I know Pump City North. I'm not sure on the other 2. Pump City North is going to allow 25% of the capacity. Not 100% sure on what Pump City and Pump City West are doing. But there's just a lot of decisions like that having to be made. As far as I understand or know, no restrictions for Guthrie home football games. They're selling season tickets if you want to get those at the high school. You can call Evelyn Nephew 282-5906 for your season ticket. That's both for adults and students, and it's a great buy because if you buy that season pass, you go to a couple games and it pays for itself.
Well, absolutely, Chris, and I think it's important, especially in a year like this, when these guys running the athletic program don't have any idea how long they're going to be able to have fans, how long they're going to be able to sell concessions, that we all get out and buy those season passes. Even if we don't get to use them, we've got to contribute to the athletic department.
Yeah, it's a tough, and we talked about it, it's tough for administration, from superintendents to athletic directors to school board members. I mean, it's
well, I don't know how they do it, Chris. If in my insurance agency, if somebody said, hey, I need you to budget for this year, but I really don't know how many days I'm going to let you do business.
Right.
How do I budget?
Right. Well, this COVID deal is it's so split. I mean, you have doctors who don't agree. I mean, you have Pac-12 doctors that say it's too dangerous, don't do it. And then you have SEC, ACC, Big 12 doctors say it's safe if you do this. And I mean, doctors are split. How is everyone else not going to be split?
It's like everything else in the world. Right? In the world we live in today, with the access we have to information, you can find evidence for any argument that you want to make. And so if you're predisposed to not necessarily buying into the severity of COVID-19, you can find arguments that'll support your stance. And if you are if you're in the other side of the spectrum, where you are very fearful of it and you're taking it serious, you can find evidence and research to back that up as well. And so it's just really hard, Chris, to know what to do. And I'm glad it's Mike Simpson and it's John Chappell and it's not me.
Right, and the way I look at it, I hear people on both sides of it, and both sides have great comments about it, pros and cons about it. I think the people who want to go to the games will go to the games, and people who don't want to go to the games have the luxury. Hopefully, if all the equipment works, they can still bring it in somehow of watching it, whether it's through a stream or a radio broadcast. So, I think it. If you don't want to go to the games, definitely don't go to the games. But if you want to go to the games and wear a mask and social distance, I think that will still be. Will still work for whatever it is, and there's going to be situations that are simply going to happen.
Well, it takes flexibility on all parts. You have to abide by the district that we're going to, the stadium that you're playing in. If they tell you to wear a mask, wear a mask. Don't be difficult. If they tell you to sit split rows, nobody in front of you, nobody behind you, follow the rules.
Yeah.
And I think if it may not be something you agree with, but if we all give a little bit,
right,
maybe we can get a little bit of what we want.
Well, guys, if I could jump in, I'd say this. Chris and I talked about this. I've folks, like we all do, we have folks in our family that are compromised, health-wise, and you got to be smart. But I will tell you this too. I think one of the responsibilities we have is to put on a show for the guys, for the folks that can't come down here.
Well, absolutely.
I mean, that's a big deal. I got asked by several folks. I know Chris did too. And what are you going to do? What are the plans? But being smart, being safe, being kind is a big thing right now.
Well, and
before you go, Seth, what feels be kind? I mean, it's an angry world. I mean, that Facebook thing it's so angry. My business is on there, so I'm on there but I try not to be on there as much. It's just so.
You can't
angry.
win for losing in Guthrie right now because Facebook is angry, and all of our roads are closed down too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of anger.
But they're getting ready to paint.
They're going to be beautiful.
It's going to be beautiful. They're getting ready to paint the street lights. The permissive turn lanes lights are installed. They haven't been turned on yet because there's still construction.
What color are we going to paint?
There's going to be yellow flashing. I'm talking about street lights at Harrison in Oklahoma. They're there. They were actually working today on those.
Well, and to Phil's point,
and sidewalks.
The fact that we'll be able to hopefully bring the stream, bring the video, bring the audio through the radio. It just makes me thankful that Chris, myself, and Phil, the only way we're compromised is in our mental health. And
That's
so
a true statement.
I don't know that makes us any more susceptible to COVID, but.
Well, and I think too, there's having outlets is important, and again, I just reiterate this. Everybody's got to be safe, and try to do the best they can. But we also, we got to live, and if you're compromised, you got to take more precautions. I mean, and nobody should judge somebody because they're trying to be safe. There was a young lady that came in at one of our companies, Seth, and her whole thing is she was wearing a mask, and she said, is it okay if I wear a mask? I said, well, of course, that's fine. I don't, that's your decision. She went on to explain, well, my 87-year-old mother, I take care of her, and she has health conditions, so people are just trying to be thoughtful and for others also.
Absolutely. I keep a couple on my desk, and when I have a client come in, I say, do you want me to wear it or don't? Or don't you?
It's not that hard.
Some of them say, yeah, would you please put it on? Some of them say, heck no, I don't want you to.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter to me either way.
Right.
That's the same way with shaking hands.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we fist bump? Do we shake hands? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's just shaking hands and wearing a mask is neither of those hills am I going to die on.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. Now, if they cancel football season,
I'm going to die on that hill.
Let's not get personal now, Phil. Come on.
I just had a little flashback there.
As you guys well know, the lack of fall college golf is the biggest arrow to my heart at this point.
Yeah.
But so thank God I've got this all fall.
Yeah, and I want to say this: thank God you got a son that's handling it. And I don't mean this disrespectfully, handle it better than Dad is. Because,
you can be disrespectful all you want.
Because I don't mean it that way.
I've been pouting for 60 days.
Well, and rightfully so. But he's, Bo, we got to both see. Of course, Seth's son, Bo Robbins, is a freshman Division I golfer at the Air Force Academy. And Seth was able to share with us today a picture of Bo in Flight Suit Friday. And, he's realizing there's bigger things in life.
Yeah, he kind of looked a little bit like a prepubescent maverick.
It was pretty cool. No, it was pretty darn cool. Like I told you the other day, I've always called Bo Bobo, like many of us have known him for so long. But when he did, I saw a picture of Seth. I said, Bobo isn't alive anymore. It's just Bo.
That's right. Well, no, it's Cadet 4th Class Benjamin B. Robbins.
That's right.
I believe he's actually tuned in right now.
Well, he's making us proud. I was lucky enough. I got a phone call from him, Seth, a couple weeks ago when he got his phone back, and he just sounds different, So a lot to be proud of.
He has definitely drank the Air Force Kool-Aid.
Oh yeah, no question.
Much like you predicted.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's, you've heard me say, he's a member of the greatest Air Force in the world. And,
hoorah!
And it's just awful cool to see. Awful cool to see.
Well, I'm ready for the Blue Jays to get back on the field. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I'm a little over these visiting teams.
Hey guys, they travel like 2 hours to get here. be a little nice.
I mean,
please.
we let them on the field. And I keep smelling food. I don't want to make this, but.
Imagine the Booster Club, like they do every year, feeds all programs during the scrimmages.
I did that a couple of years when it was over at Langston, and I just remember being very physically intimidated when the Douglas players came through. Most respectful, sweetest kids you've ever seen, but all of them looked like they could pick me up and eat me on a cracker.
Well, I like to get, what kind of cracker? But anyway. Now, Chris, I do have a serious question. I mean, post-production dinner, where are you buying that tonight for all of us?
I'm going to go ahead and answer that one for Chris.
Cutting out again. He always cuts out.
Technical issue again.
Just tell Lula to keep the spicy tenders hot.
Golden Chick, another proud sponsor of the halftime show this season. And, oh, by the way, they're open till midnight tonight.
And if you're not ordering them spicy, you're not doing it right.
Oh, boy. We are really in Seth's wheelhouse right now. Because as we know, Chris, Seth typically either has chicken or chicken for lunch.
Hey, I like what I like, okay?
You do. You do.
If I may have eaten breakfast there 362 out of 365 days for the last 6 years.
Now, what's the seasoning? What's that called?
La de Zing. Available in powder or sauce.
Who else other than Seth Robbins has one in his truck at all times?
Well, Phil, it's also a self-defense weapon. If you get that stuff in your eye, you're down for at least 30 minutes.
You're done.
Jay's offense back on the field.
Oh!
Josh Raines' pass. It was a little like a shortstop. Watch how he slings this one. A little 3/4. Didn't come over the top. Just kind of slings it. And
36 got just a fingertip.
Just enough.
On that.
If he does, then Caden Ballard-Stevenson's to the house.
I look for a big year from Caden. Physically, he looks like he's put on a little bit of muscle. Always been fast.
3-year starter. Going to be a 3-year starter.
Yep. I think wide receiver is really starting to agree with him.
Speaking of receiver, you see Caden out there. You see Eaton out there. Trying to see who the top is. Josh Raines going to run this one here.
Uh-oh.
Jay, that's how he cuts to the outside.
Foot
At
race.
midfield into common territory. And still on his feet. Finally hauled down the JUCO baseball player to be next year with a huge run there. And we'll catch another look here on the replay. He's kind of started to the left and juked it to the right. A little back cut. And
just showing decent speed.
Yeah. Phil, I think he's got quicker over the summer.
He's a 4.88 now, Phil.
Phil's communicating with other people. He's moved on.
Well,
Hey, it was a good run. He lasted a lot longer than I thought. Jays to the line of scrimmage. Jalen Allison and Eaton and Caden, your receivers. Little option play. Josh stretching. He'll keep stretching, and he'll finally put a toe on the ground and go out of bounds.
I like the discipline, Chris. I like the intelligence just to go ahead and get the yards and get out of bounds. Felt like he wanted to pitch it with that offhand.
It looked like it was about to happen any second, and held on to it. Trips receivers to the far side for Josh Raines and the Blue Jay offense. Pretorius on the right side. Josh will roll to the trip side. Everyone was covered up and has to run for that one. It was a good read, and we're talking about Josh being a little bit more patient this year. He's going to have to trust it a little bit more, but to his credit, I was watching receivers the entire time, and there was not one guy open. As we see there on the replay, there's a little bit of separation there, but by that time, Josh had taken off.
Positive yards, taking care of the football.
Yeah.
In an offense like this, it's all Josh is going to be asked to do. This is, to me, this is very similar to the Zane Maltz years.
Right.
Take care of the football, big kid, positive yards.
You know, Zane Maltz around the 2014-2015 season. I think it was 2014 when Maltz and the Blue Jays went to Skiatook in a playoff game.
Nice move by
Couple
Barber.
Nice move, and gets a block, gets the edge, stays on his feet, gets it to the 10, to the 5, and dives, and just shy of the end zone. He's down at the 1-yard line.
If you'll see that again, look at the blocking by Eaton here. I believe it's Eaton. Yeah, it's Eaton in motion. Now look at him find somebody right here, Chris. Right there. Boom,
Just
took
enough.
out two of them.
Two of them.
Skinny lineman, Rick Michoud.
Who was here?
He is here. He couldn't stay away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rick Michoud, newly minted Edmonite.
Yes. Yeah,
sold Michoud Meadows.
Yes, made the move. Of course, his daughter in the high school band.
Yeah, and also cross-country runner, also golfer.
Yes.
Sue Michoud.
Saw Sue at the Meet the Blue Jays.
Also newly employed at Golf Club of Edmond.
Josh Raines hands it off up the middle. Touchdown, Blue Jays. Nice little series there for the Jays as we catch the replay.
Nice drive.
It'll be Barber with the touchdown after that nice, impressive run before that play.
I totally saw all of Barber's skills on display on that previous play. A lot of lateral quickness.
Coming up after the scrimmage, we'll hear from Blue Jay head coach Kelley Beebe as Phil Nichols will talk to the head coach, get his thoughts on tonight's scrimmage, as well as look forward to next week's season opener, week 0, against the Shawnee Wolves right here inside Jelzma Stadium. Broadcast on Guthrie News Page, as well as on Hot 93.7 FM KSBI, as this will be our, I think, 18th consecutive season on the air. Our first came on the air back in 2002 and continue to do it. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors, Seth and TIG, another sponsor this year for our post-game show. And, they allow us to get some of this equipment. They allow us to drive to all these locations. And in a season more important to have these type of features does not happen without the sponsors. So next week when we're talking about them, you see the commercials, do thank them. Always thank them, but especially this season as Josh dumps one off. Looks like Eaton on the far side gets out of bounds, and that's effective. I mean,
Eaton is as advertised.
Yeah.
Catches it, and he's upfield.
The big thing here, guys, is we haven't had this many guys that could run.
Yes.
In several, it's been several years. We've had a few kids here and there that could run a little bit, but really across the board, just the overall team speed significantly better than we've seen the last several years.
And look at it here. You got Eaton, Clymer, and Caden. Caden was maybe the big speed threat a year ago at the receiver spot. Now there's 2 or 3 of them. Then you gotta make sure Isaiah Hammonds doesn't get the ball here. Then Josh Raines likes to run the ball as well, and he likes contact, as we see there.
I asked Terry Bennett Jr. a few minutes ago. I said, "Okay, who's faster, Hammonds or Ken?" And he said,
Ken.
He said Ballard Stevens.
Oh,
said,
neither.
Okay.
Above.
Okay, that's an option.
Guys, I like the way Josh is running the football. He looks really healthy. I know last year he was dinged up a lot of the year, a lot of multiple injuries, but he definitely looks like he's completely healthy this year, and it's nice to see. Hammond's going to get bottled up here
For the first time in his young career.
Yep.
Got up. Oh, that was different.
I thought that was easier than this.
Yeah.
Who's that coaching him up? Is that Chad Sanders?
That is Chad Sanders, former Guthrie offensive lineman, state champion for the Blue Jays.
And brother of classmate Chris Cunningham.
Absolutely. See Chad there talking to Hammonds on the side of your screen, now out of the screen. Good look at the Blue Jay offensive line. We'll hear what Coach Beebe has to say, but I think the line has done a pretty good job tonight. Josh, nothing there. Stay patient, Josh. Now take off. And again, good coverage there by Bishop Kelley. And good job there by Josh just staying patient. And you can tell it's like, all right, now I got to run. Oh, no,
look at the blocking.
Yeah.
You know, there's some folks down here that are saying run, run, run. But I tell you, that shows me a lot of development from
Yes,
Josh
absolutely.
right there. I mean, so I think that's great. And, you know, he's if he shows that kind of patience, he'll be throwing several more touchdown passes this year.
Reigns off to Barber. Speaking of speed, cuts the corner, midfield into Bishop Kelley territory.
Very nice.
He's fast.
And that's what, you know, the new receivers, you got to cover them. You can't just put guys in a box to stop 9.
Well, did you see the trips to the near side?
Yeah.
I mean, every kid and every player in that trip set had to be accounted for.
Yeah.
There's no placeholders. But nice positive play to end that evolution on offense.
Yep.
How good, Phil, how good would Josh be if he was just dedicated to playing linebacker?
Oh, well, his natural position is linebacker.
Right.
I mean,
But you know, last year you said it several times, and Josh said it, and the coaches said it. We had a linebacker playing quarterback, but this year he looks more like a quarterback playing quarterback.
He does. And it, you know, again, it speaks to Josh's just his dedication to his team. I mean, whatever you ask him to do, he's going to do and do the best he can. And
well, he's the quintessential Guthrie kid.
No doubt. And remember, he punts the ball too.
Right.
I mean, he's just, you know, he is Guthrie football, right? He's the all-around guy and the unquestioned leader out on the field. So it's fun. Been fun to watch him the last 3 years just grow. You know, so he's a great kid.
Yeah,
great
Josh
kid.
has signed to play baseball at Seminole State. Josh, fastball keeps increasing. He can touch 90 on a good day. And I'm trying to see the remainder of the